Sheffield was designed to bring 24 of the best powerlifters from across the world to compete on the same platform for the sport's most coveted title. 12 men and 12 women will be ranked separately by how much they could break the world record in their weight class. The lifter who exceeds their division's world record by the greatest margin wins Sheffield. This year's 24 lifters were selected through a multi-stage qualification process. In the first round, lifters who won their weight class at the 2024 IPF World Championships in Lithuania and totaled at least 95% of the world record secured their invitations. The second round saw two more lifters advance, the male and female silver medalists whose totals were the highest percentage of the world record in their respective weight classes. The final 4 spots were filled with wildcard invitations. These lifters were handpicked by SBD. Athletes with standout performances in IBF international competitions were selected for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Standing ready to replace any athlete competing at Sheffield, the reserves were called up to join the main roster. And despite the late notice, they have been preparing themselves for this moment. Every lifter is coming to Sheffield with one goal: to shatter the world record. There's no holding back here. It's not just about lifting the most weight. It's about rewriting the record books. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sheffield. Welcome to SBD Sheffield. I am Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat.
And I'm Amelia Potter, and here's what to expect in the competition to come.
Amelia, how about those British lifters this year here at Sheffield?
Ryan, we have more Brits than ever on home soil this year. We have Durance Kengame, which is all we thought we were going to get at first. We've got a wild card in Adeyemo Sakin, and then at the last minute, Bobby Butters. I have a feeling that the crowd is going to get a little loud.
It's quite the advantage. There's no time zone difference, obviously home cooking, the crowd is behind them, and they are absolutely electric for the British lifters. I can't wait until the first British lifter hits that platform.
Speaking of a lot of athletes coming from one place, there's a lot of athletes coming from Texas this year.
Yeah, legitimately, Texas could have its own IPF Worlds team. Jesus Oliveras, obviously the strongest powerlifter that ever lived, coming from Texas. But Perk, very much a live dog in this to win all of Sheffield. Ashton, Russ, very strong lifters coming out of the state of Texas. We'll have to see how it all shakes up. We have the battle of the 83s, Texas's own Russell Orhe, Britain's own Ade, as well as Germans. What do you think is going to happen here, Amelia?
There's been a storyline building. There really has, especially between Durance and Russ. It was maybe the fight of a century.
Now, Russ, the last time we saw him lose, 2018, rally back 2019, massive total, and got revenge on Brett Gibbs. Could he do so again against Durance here at Sheffield?
It's completely possible. You know, he said in the past that that loss was the best thing that ever happened to him, and he said the same about losing to Durance.
I 100% agree. Russ looks more determined than I've seen him in years. However, While the entire powerlifting community is focusing on those two individuals, Ade Omasakin is actually the world record holder.
People may be not giving him enough credit. It is and always will be a three-way fight when they get onto that platform.
The big thing for me, and I think for everyone, can Russ land 3 squats? If he goes 3 for 3 in squats, we got ourselves the battle of the century.
So when we asked you at home who you thought would win the 83s, 78% said Russ, 19% said Ade, and roughly 4% said current world champion Jurans Kengamu.
Shocked. So many people are picking Russ. Obviously, Russ can pull this off. Jurans to be the current world champion, coming in with only 4% confidence from the public. I particularly am shocked. I also thought Ade would be flying a little bit more under the radar.
There's definitely a bias there. Like you said, the current world champion at the bottom with a roughly 4%.
It would appear as though Jurans Kengamu is still fighting for the respect of the powerlifting community.
Speaking of battles, we also have the 63s and almost quite a reflection of the 83s actually. We have the new young gun in Albert Bostrom, the older lifter who's been building over the years and getting stronger and stronger in Meg Scanlon, and the multiple-time world champion Leah Bavois. 89% said previous world champion Leah Bavois.
I'm shocked. Now, this is a very close battle in my estimation. 89% makes it feel like a runaway favorite. I think this is literally flip of the coin. What do you think?
I think so as well. I think it is tremendously close.
What do you think about Meg Scanlon? What kind of percentages did she get?
But you guys said that Meg had the chance of 9.3% of winning.
Honestly, my gut reaction, way too low. Megan, 2-time world champion now as a 63s, just recently did a local meet, 562.5 kilo total. A major threat, and I think she's gonna shock a lot of people here at Sheffield.
She was in the 64s when she weighed in, so a water cut away.
What percentage did Elba Ballstrom get?
Alba ended up with 2%, which I think is a huge oversight.
Elba is the future of the 63s. She's seen these ladies in combat previously. It can only help her chances, but Sheffield is an entirely another level of hype.
I think the percentages don't reflect at all what's going to happen on the day.
In my mind's eye, when I think about Leah's 69 kilo totals, and she's hit as heavy as 585 at last year's Sheffield, but she was never a full 69. She was floating around 65 to 66 kilos. 585 is a massive total. If she can bring anywhere near that, she's got to be the favorite. We've been talking a lot about battles, but another major storyline, Shell dropping down to the 66s.
There's a lot of ifs and buts before he can get there.
Now, Penna was relatively suspect on how Shell's actually going to perform as a 66.
He can lose a lot off his total and still break the world record by a big chunk.
Well, let's talk about some of these numbers. If he hits 792.5, it'll be the biggest world record break, men or women's. If he hits 770, it's the largest break on the men's side we've ever seen. Now, when I think about 770, it looks like if he drops a 66, it's definitely plausible, it's definitely in reach. Agatha Shitko looking to become the first repeat champion of Sheffield, looking to create a bit of a dynasty, but there's a lot of work left to do.
If she is to break the bench world record on a first, second, and third again at Sheffield this year, that would mean her last 7 benches at Sheffield would have been world records.
Agatha Shitko is literally rewriting history before our eyes. We are all living in the Agatha Shitko era.
It is going to be heated battles for the podium on both the men's and the women's side.
Fans predicted 20 out of 24 athletes will break world records.
Not much separates these athletes. We could see a dozen or more final deadlifts pulling for podium position.
Athletes will have to face the loudest crowd yet here at Sheffield in the strongest opposition of their lives.
Who will come out on top?
We're gonna find out at Sheffield. And welcome back to Sheffield 2025. This is the third installment. And on the women's side, returning champion Agata Shitko. But tonight, she will face very stiff opposition, Joe.
Yeah, we have a bunch of 63s who all have huge potential. Alba Bostrom especially. She's come through from the juniors and we don't even know what she's got in the tank today.
And on the men's side, returning champion Gustav Hedlund, a surprise last year, returns but has heavy opposition as Shell Becklin announced he is dropping down to the 66-kilo class and has everybody talking, but, Joe, it took 2 attempts.
He did. He's made it. He's made it into the 66s, so that's the first piece of big news. But it took him 2 tries to do it.
Now
Not only Shell, though. We're told as well that Durand Kengamu, what a surprise, also took two attempts to get to the 83s.
Yeah, we expected, and there was a big storyline around Shell dropping down to 66. A lot of the naysayers saying, will he make weight? Well, he made weight, but it took 2 attempts. No surprise, it'd be a bit of a struggle. What is a surprise is a veteran like Durand Kengamu actually needing 2 attempts, and Wasker Carpio. Now, Wasker, although a veteran of the 59-kilo class, has struggled to make weight. It didn't take him 2 attempts previously, but with every day that passes, the more muscle mass that goes on, could this be his last hurrah at the 59s? He wants to make a statement here on the Sheffield platform.
So the day is finally here. We're finally going to be able to see how this plays out. We've been talking about it for months. We've been planning for it for months. The day is finally upon us.
As we take a look at the lineup and roster for the men's division, while Shell Becklin, a clear favorite, you cannot look past IPF World's best lifter in 2024, Austin Perkins. A lot of people pointing to, if anyone is going to upset Shell, it is going to be Austin. Shell, at 100%, is a heavy favorite. However, how much caution do you have now hearing it took him 2 attempts to make weight, and he just made it at 65.9?
Well, I don't know if caution's on the table today since he's opening on a deadlift world record. And we already have him at 102% of the world record with his openers. Of course, he's got to make those openers. He's never competed in the 66s. He's never done a squat in the 66s. So picking that opener must have been a tough choice.
Yeah, good eyes on that, Joe. And if we're honest, you could put whatever you want for your deadlift opener now. Let's see, as the day transpires, how you feel when the deadlifts roll around, if that deadlift opener moves or lowers. We'll keep you updated.
I was interested to see as well, Kasten Sansenyamong was ahead of Austin Perkins in the, obviously we're right at the start of the competition, this is going to change, but he was ahead of Austin Perkins on projections.
A lot of hype around Austin Perkins, and easy to look past Kasim Sand. He's calm, cool, quiet, but he does his speaking on the platform as Sheffield is about to get underway. The countdown.
Let's go.
And it is no exaggeration. You can feel the excitement here in the arena. The greatest show in powerlifting.
Everyone giving a huge cheer for their favorite athlete.
History about to be made once again. Last year, 51 world records broken. How many might be broken this year? Who knows?
Well, I think it's going to be different this year because in previous years, only 3 men have broken the total world record. Both Sheffield 1, Sheffield 2. This time, we're going to see a lot more.
And of course, not only world records will fall, but direct head-to-head battles like the 83s, head-to-head battle in the 63s, the 93s, everything you want, we have it here at Sheffield today. As Tiffany Chapon of France looks to start us off 152.5. Now Tiffany, 4-time open world champion,
done that all as a junior, if you could believe it, which might be a record in and of itself, showed up and was a little bit under the weather. The news being showed up possibly sick. Exactly where will she be today? Because in the audience is arch rival Jessica Espinal of USA, and Jessica took Tiffany's world record at Junior World Championships.
She's going to want that back. And this is the best place to take it back. You get a £5,000 bonus for the squat record, the bench record, the deadlift record, and since last year, the total record as well.
High drama here at Sheffield. And even though Jessica Espinal's not competing, you could feel her presence. Tiffany looking to re-establish herself in pole position for the 47 kilo class. This is rare territory for Tiffany. So long, so dominant.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what she can produce today.
Here we go.
And the crowd receives her onto the platform.
Opening with 152.5. Of course, it's her own squat world record in this class, 165.5.
Now we know Tiffany's a fighter. And if she was ill earlier, and she was, this opener's really gonna tell us where she is on the day. Will it move like an opener should?
First lift, Sheffield 2025.
Depth looks good, wow.
That looked really good. She doesn't tend to take huge jumps, but I think that'll give her the confidence to go up.
I think they made a good choice with that opener. If you're not sure where her top end is, let her regain some confidence. You've seen almost a sigh of relief from Turbo Tip as she hits that opener. And Sheffield 2023 champion, Evie Corrigan, coming out to 162.5.
Evie has the highest payout at Sheffield so far, £46,000 she's won over 2 competitions, 1,000 more than Agatha even.
Evie, if you remember, at the first Sheffield when she came out, looked a little bit starstruck with the atmosphere. 3 Sheffields in, a poised veteran gives a smile and is all business.
Nice depth, easy on the up.
Evie, no major ask to hit 162.5.
Now the squat world record there's 175.5 with Learn Deckers. I don't think Evie's ever had that. Could be in the sights today.
Jad Jacob, 170 on the bar for her opener. Jad, coming from France, the current world champion in the 57 kilo class.
Jad Jacob
Has the squat world record at 188.
Heart of a lion. Let's see how 170 moves. And if there's a pathway to that world record squat, of course, Bobby Butters will be competing and looking to take a stab at that world record herself. Oh, depth looks good, Joe.
A little bit slow maybe, not as fast as the last 2, but it was absolutely on point with form.
You know, to an extent, and look at, before she came out onto the platform,
She looked nervous, upset.
yeah, and when she leaves the platform, far more comfortable, and sometimes that's the way it goes with openers. Now, in contrast, Bobby Butters, fierce, and look for the intensity to ratchet up as the home crowd receives Bobby Butters, 175.
Of course, she stepped in from the reserve list.
And while she has, you know, obviously not the most optimal situation, finding out late in the game she'll hit the platform, she does have some pros in her side. favorable in terms of time zone, travel, etc. It might even out the playing field for Bobby.
And she's looking strong at the moment. Hit 188.5 at the British Nationals in November.
175.
Not super quick, but she didn't slow down. She didn't have a sticking point. Maybe just a little bit of nerves for Bobby there.
Look at, if we have a squat battle, judging off Jad, judging off Bobby, looks pretty close. Both of them handled their opener, but a little bit laborious. Let's see what the second attempts look as the reigning 63-kilo junior world champion, Alba Ballstrom, absolutely set the junior world championships ablaze, hitting a total big enough to win every single weight class, all the way up to 84 pluses, and would have podiumed in the 84 pluses, no less. A star in the making. 182.5. It's going to be close on that depth.
I think she's good. Hopefully the referees think the same.
Yep. Close, but nails it in. 3 white lights. The reigning open world champion, Megan Scanlon from the U.S. Megan, longtime veteran of the game. I remember her back in 2019 World Championships, breaking world records. And here she is in 2025, looking to defend her place.
And still improving, still adding kilos to her total now. Did 562.5 at a local meet in the States.
Mid-30s, a mother, and the current world champion under heavy fire with a rising star, Alba Ballstrom, and the return of Leah Babwa in the weight class. 185 for Megan Scanlon.
Now we'd expect to see her go north of 200 if all goes well.
That looks good, and that was smooth.
It was. I think they've always been extra careful to get the depth in. You don't want to miss your opener at Sheffield. One missed lift is going to cost you the competition.
We talk about nerves at local meets. My God, might the nerves be ever so high at a meet like Sheffield, but if anybody can handle the nerves, it's the Terminator herself, Agatha Shitko, 197.5. Agatha won Sheffield last year, and a lot of people thought, due to the format, it would be very difficult for a back-to-back repeat champion. But Agatha, coming into the event, the favorite, can she produce?
Best squats at the moment is 210, but opening at 197.5, and we've seen her training go really well.
She won with a 600-kilo total last year. She thought that might be my openers this year. Wow.
Oh, wow. No, that was the quickest and easiest squat I've seen so far. She looks to be on form. We're in for a great show today.
A lot more where that came from. As the bar gets loaded for Leah Babwa. Leah, world champion in the 63s, world champion in the 69s. Agatha Shitko made an appearance in the 69s, and Leah thought, you know what? Good time to make my return. Will she reclaim the 63-kilo throne? 205.
This should tell us a lot about what sort of shape she's in. Is she fully recovered from her back injury? Haven't seen a lot of her training, so hopefully this opening squat will move well.
Joe, what is the world record squat in the 63s?
It is Leah's, it's 213.
We're awfully close to that already. Let's see how 205 moves.
She has the 63 and 69 kilo squat world records.
Wow.
A little bit of work, but you know, I think she might be in range.
3 white lights. And as she leaves the platform, trying to read her face, has a poker face. Neither overly celebratory nor a lot of worry.
Yeah, she didn't look overjoyed, but you know, the job's not done yet. She's just all business at the moment.
Well, you got to maintain that energy. It's going to be a long day. And 220 for Carlina Tongatea of New Zealand. And Carlina, a veteran of the game, making a third appearance here at Sheffield. And that makes a difference. very
Had
much
the
familiar.
furthest to travel of anyone that's competing here today, but she came early. She always does. She always comes early and makes sure she acclimatizes well. Now, didn't have her best performance at Classic Worlds, so she'll be looking for redemption here today.
And she's hit some personal best squats in prep for Sheffield. 220 should move well. Fast.
Yes, that's how we know Carlina to squat.
And it looks like Carlina is in top form today.
Her own world record, only 10.5 kilos away.
Agatha has left the 76 kilo class, and Carlina an opportunity to reestablish herself as the queen of the 76s, as Amanda Lawrence is ready to face 225 on the bar.
Now, I'm excited to see Amanda. I don't know if she's going to have the challenge from Agatha will have lit a fire under her. Is she going to come with, she hasn't improved the total very much over the past few years. So with that challenge coming from Agatha, and she knows it's in her near future, I'm expecting to see her smash it out of the park today. Competition is what drives so many of us.
Amanda, to your point, longtime 84 kilo world champion, all the way back to 2019, very dominant, but the threat of Agatha Shitko moving up to her weight class, she wants to make a statement here in Sheffield. Wow.
There we go.
Off to a smooth start.
249 is her own squat world record, and that looks easy to me.
Yeah, we might just see a squat world record fall by Amanda Lawrence. And Brittany Schlater, representing Canada, the two-time world champion, won a fantastic battle in 2023 to win the world title, her second world title. She's a veteran of Sheffield, 265 for her opening squat. She's hit as high as a 710 kilo total. And given the 731 by Sunita, some people looking past Brittany, that would be a mistake.
But Brittany's been over 700 kilos 3 times now in the last year or so.
If Sunita reaches and overreaches, expect Brittany to seize that opportunity. And that's why you can't look past Brittany.
3 white lights. Brittany has her squatting. That'll calm some nerves.
295 kilos.
Speaking of Sunita, made history at last year's Sheffield. The first woman ever to squat 300 kilos, opening with 295.
And of course it was 300.5 at Sheffield last time, but she did 311 in Lithuania at Classic Worlds. I know she's got big plans for a squat today.
There's a lot of talk if she can be the first woman to squat 700 pounds. Well, we're pretty close. Let's see how 295 moves. Sunita just breaking barriers every time she steps onto that platform. The strongest woman in the IPF. Every squat so far moving as planned. And if you've been following her training, expecting this to move just like the others, right on the money, Joe.
I'm going to wait for the ref's decision, but it's 3 white lights.
You never really know until you hit the platform.
It's harder with the bigger lifters. You need that side angle to really see what's going on.
The jury on the platform with the refs.
But of course, 3 white lights, no jury involvement required, no jury involvement allowed.
Everybody knows where proper depth is now. No major controversies. Nobody missed their opening lift as Tiffany Chapon, 160, 7.5 kilo jump. And it appears as though she's rebounding from being ill. And might we see a world record attempt? Tiffany
Well, I think that's reasonable if this goes well to go up to 166 for her third. In fact, we've already got 4 world record attempts in this round lined up.
And remind me the world record squat in the 47s, Joe.
It's 165.5, so she'd need 166 to break that record.
Reasonable attempt, I think, in my estimation.
Now we've got the if successful graphic on the screen right now. That's if she makes this lift, that's where she will be in the competition. When we see the forecast standings, that's if everyone in the flight makes their lift. So this will move her up to second at the moment. Oh, but it's tough.
You know what? I think that'll pass, but I'm not sure about a world record.
Yeah, I would take 2.5. Just take all the kilos you can through. Don't risk it, because that was tough through the sticking point.
Now, having said that, she doesn't look rattled. Leaves the platform confident. Evie Corrigan, multiple-time world champion, Sheffield champion, 2023, 170 for Evie. World record for the 52s, 175.5, held by Plume Dekkers of the Netherlands. We're a stitch away from there, but definitely within reach if this moves like a second attempt should.
Now that record's batted backwards and forwards with Plume Dekkers and Noemi Ellabert for quite some time. Evie's not had her hands on it yet, but we'll see how this one moves, and she might be close.
Oh, a little bit of work though, Joe.
Well, I think she made a mistake at the bottom. She seemed to get nearly there and then wobbled a bit into the hole. So I think that looked harder than it should have done. I think that was a technical error, not strength.
Yeah, hard to tell. I mean, when she left the platform, made a face. Jad Jacob.
I think that was a face of, I messed that up, coach. Let me go up.
180 for Jad. Looked distressed for her opener, but as soon as she hit the platform, ever the professional, hit 170, 180. It's a 10-kilo jump.
Now, exactly the opposite of what I've just said. I've seen that Tiffany Chapon has put the world record on for her second, and Evie's only gone up 2.5.
Tiffany, if nothing else, is bold. She doesn't back down from a fight. Speaking of, neither does Jad Jacob. 10-kilo jump. Historically, this should be within her grasp. Oh, what a fighter!
No, it's not going. You know, I think there was, she didn't have drive out of the hole. She seemed to almost pause in the hole, and I think if she hits that just right, she can come out and get it next time.
I'm sort of wondering, did the bar start coming? Yeah, it did start coming down a little bit. All right, from the first angle, I was wondering if they jumped in a stitch early. She might get that on the second attempt.
I think so. She was falling backwards, and I think that's why they caught her.
I like the catch from the second angle, sorry. The bar did start returning. It looked like she's losing balance. 182.5 for Bobby Butters. We're getting awfully close to that world record, and the home crowd is rallying behind Bobby.
She's such a phenomenal squatter. Background in weightlifting, and I think you can see that in her squat every time.
175 was a little bit of work, but 7.5 kilos should be there. Oh, looks smoother than her opener.
I think she's going to go for it. I think she's going to go for the world record on her next one.
Bobby Butters finding a new gear and looking even more confident as she leaves the platform after her second attempt. And Bobby getting the late call that she'll be involved at Sheffield. What a story that would be if she could leave with a world record. Alba Ballstrom.
Of course, it was Bobby's world record for quite a long time before Jad took it.
190 for the Swedish sensation. The junior star could be a massive breakthrough star here in the battle of the 63s.
And she nailed that. I think she's got a few more kilos to come as well.
2-1, it's good. And you know, I seen her in training make easy work of 190. Looked a little bit harder than I had anticipated here on the Sheffield platform, but you never know. You add a little bit of weight, you add a little bit of intensity, she might nail her third, but I want to see how much she's going to put on as Megan Scanlon looks to reply. The Open World Champion looking to push back the charge of the junior star with 195. Megan, years and years in the game, establishing herself, making her first Sheffield appearance. She's earned it the hard way.
She has, and she's not going to out-squat Leah, but she's got a huge bench, and now she's nailed the elbow. That will really bring her forward.
Adaptability is the name of the game if you're going to last that long.
Yeah, she looks happy with that. Look, side, red light for depth from the side referee.
And I believe that's the side that our view is.
Yeah. So I've just about got a line of sight on the jury table. I can see them talking. I'll keep an eye on that as we go into the next lift.
205 kilos.
And Agatha Shitko, 205.
She made 197.5 look so easy.
Agatha really is operating on a whole nother level. Returning to the 69 kilo class after winning the 76 kilo title in a battle with Carlina. Smooth, Joe.
Yeah, and she's done 210 before. I don't know whether, I think she'll probably play it safe and just go 210 or 212, but she looks strong.
And this is where the tough decisions get made. Is it a safe 210? Does she push it to 212? As Leah Bavois attempting a world record, 214 in her second attempt. Is it bold? Is it too bold?
I think she's got it. I think this is well within her capabilities. It's been a while since she was in this class. It's her record. She's got stronger since then.
There was a conversation about the IPF World Championships. Her second attempt was big. Some people thought maybe too big. And if you miss, not a lot of backup, not a safety net to move forward and move kilos towards your total. Going all in once again here, of course. It's a very stacked class with Megan Scanlon, Alba Ballstrom, and that's just in the 63s.
This is what you get with a powerlifting show.
It's a who's who of the powerlifting community here. World champions all over. She's got to go big. 9 kilo jump. And how do you feel about this 9 kilo jump, Joe?
I think it's okay. I think she looks strong under the 205. She has done more than this. A slightly higher body weight fair, but she was never a full 69. She was always a very light 69. I think she's got it.
The conversation, could she make 63 comfortably? It looks like she has. The confidence is there. She's got her swagger back as she stalks the weight on the platform. France, not far away, a lot of French in the crowd.
So this will move Leah up to second place. But I think that's just in squats. I don't think we're looking at the overall total percentage there, just the squat.
10.
Oh, it's there.
214 and a world record it is. Leah Bavois strikes hard in the battle of the 63s.
That's her first world record of Sheffield. It won't be the last.
And there it is. She broke the seal on the world records. Leah Bavois hits depth, never losing position.
But how much more has she got, Ryan? I don't think there's too much left there.
Wow, we won't see a repeat of Lithuania. Leah 2 for 2 so far, pacing well. And Carlita Tongatea looking to join Leah Bavois and grab a world record herself in the second round. 2:31. She's hit heavier in prep for Sheffield, but of course, one thing to do that in the gym, another to do it here on the platform.
And this puts to rest the spectre of Lithuania, where she only got 2:17.5, which was not what we expected at all.
After the World Championships and the battle with Agata, Karolina had said she had hoped for a lot more than that. Felt a little disappointed. She had a lot more to show, and looks like we're going to see it here today. Quick into the descent.
A moment of worry as she started to slow down, but she absolutely nailed it. New world record for Carolina Tongatea.
Lets out the war cry as she locks it out. And Carolina back on form. Look at that, refuses to let the bar slow. And there's Amanda Lawrence. Amanda, 240, and she said there's been a lot of talk about her performances of late, a lot of talk about Agata Shitko, and she said today at Sheffield, she will remind everybody who is the true queen.
And that's what we want. That's what we want to see her, fired up, coming out, beating her own PBs. 240 on the bar for this one, the record's 249.5.
Oh, wow, look at the smirk on Amanda's face.
But of course, when there's talk about a challenger coming in, as an athlete, you take that on the chin and you work harder in the gym for it. It doesn't, for most of our top athletes, it won't rattle them or put them off. They just use it as fuel to feed the fire.
Oh, and your Amanda Lawrence is come one, come all. She's ready to face you. 240.
She's looking phenomenal. We're going to see it. We're going to see 250 on the bar next time around.
3 white lights. She need not worry as she looks for the white lights to be shown. And you predict 250, Joe?
Yeah, I think so. I think she's going to chip the record, not risk anything. You don't want to overreach and leave kilos behind. She's going to need those for her total.
It all adds up as two-time world champion Brittany Schlater, 277.5 for Brittany.
And of course, she had a phenomenal performance at the Canadians, where she deadlifted 273.5. We're hoping to see that kind of deadlift come around.
Brittany previously hit 285, operating underneath that with a little room to spare. Let's see how 277 moves. If Brittany's on her top form, she's a threat. It looks to me she might be on her top form, Joe.
I think she is. She's looking incredibly strong. 3 white lights.
And it looks like Brittany's gaining confidence with each and every successful attempt. Her opener, she seemed a little bit unsure. The second attempt, confidence builds. And speaking of confidence, Sonita Mulu, 313 for her second attempt, a world record.
It's a world record. It's her own world record. She has pushed that record on so far in the past couple of years.
318 is that magical number for the first 700-pound squat. We're getting close.
We know she's done it in training. And I'm pretty sure she's capable of this here today as well.
She looks calm. as she approaches the bar to make history. World record loaded, and a milestone for all of powerlifting in sight. And Sunita Mulu appears to my eyes, and the judges, wow, and that's close, Joe. Let's see what the jury says. That's rather close as her coach approaches that jury table, and the crowd gives a boo.
Now it's difficult because we're looking ahead and we are looking upwards slightly, so it's difficult to call that. But as you say, coach is at the jury table having a chat.
Conversation being had. If it doesn't pass, we're close. And will she load up 700 pounds regardless?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where she'd go on that because the weight was easy.
It wasn't a question of strength, although when you move up, it might become a question of strength.
But I think 318 will be there easily. But if she overcompensates and goes too deep with it, will that stop her standing up again?
And of course, Brittany Schlater now. Door swings open for her. I told you. We'll see how that story unfolds. Tiffany Chapon, 166. It's a world record. 160 was tough, but I tell you what, Turbo Tip's a little tough herself.
And she can grind. She can do le grind.
Yeah, the French can grind.
But 160 was tough. And at this body weight, 6 kilos is a big proportion of your person.
Around the hotel, the days leading up, she was quiet, reserved, kept to herself. Is she back to being 100% the day of? Sometimes miracles can happen.
See multiple-time world champion Kimberly Wolford in the referee's chair on the side.
Nope. Nice catch.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if she got that. Her second did look to be quite close to the limit.
You know, if I'm honest, look, Jessica Espinal is in the crowd. She's not on the roster, so you can gamble. You're not necessarily going head-to-head with the opposition. You're chasing those numbers. And
I heard a huge pop, so...
I heard the crowd.
It's Sunita. Sunita's has been overturned. It was a good lift. New world record.
There it is, Sunita Mulu, 313 passes. The jury deliberated and decided it was in. And now, wow, 325.5 being loaded for Sunita. Well past 700 pounds of 318. All or nothing for Sunita. But first, Evie Corrigan, 172.5, 2.5 kilo jump. Joe, you thought 2.5 kilos is likely the best route? Her coaching staff agreeing?
Yeah, I got it the other way around, to be honest. I thought 2.5 was good for Tiff, and Evie would go up and take the 6 kilo jump, but I was entirely wrong.
Judging by history, the French have been known to be bold with their attempt selection. That's a fight. That is a hell of a fight by Evie Corrigan.
How did she push through that?
Talk about a fight and 2 white lights.
No, I did not see the bar dip. The blue card is for up and down movement of the bar. I didn't see it, but let's take another look.
This will be easier to see if the bar goes up, down. Nah, I think her body did, but not the bar.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Looks like it's gonna pass. And 180 for Jad Jacob. And honestly, she looks a little bit more prepared for this 180. And the loss on the second attempt was close.
But she looks switched on.
She looks more switched on. Very close second attempt. I think she's gonna get it in the third round.
I think she's got every chance of making this. Needs to keep it tight at the bottom and drive. Oh, I thought it was going.
You know what? It
Not
looked
quite.
like a replica of the second attempt. She was solid, but the bar did start coming back down. The spotter making the appropriate call. You can let her drain the tank, but why? If the bar goes up and down, it's never going to
But I
pass,
think
even if she locked
I
it
think
out.
in both cases the balance was going. She fell backwards on her first, fell forwards on her second. So Jan Pink up there is a good man to keep you safe.
But a world record in the 57 still being loaded. 188.5 for Britain's own Bobby Butters. 6 kilo jump from her second attempt, which we thought looked solid.
I think she can do it. She did exactly this number at British Nationals. She has held this record before. And she has her hometown crowd behind her.
She's done it
Bobby's
before.
from Lancashire, just about an hour's drive away, maybe an hour and a half.
Some of the Brits getting on their feet, trying to will Bobby to history.
Phenomenal squatter. She's a great bencher too. And her deadlift has been flying recently.
Oh, Bobby Butters!
Oh, it's stuck. It's stuck. I think she was a little bit slow out of the hole. Couldn't quite push it through. I'm surprised. I thought she'd get that.
But hats off to Bobby, getting the late call and deciding load up the world record. It is Sheffield after all. 195 for Sweden's Alba Bostrom.
Bars loaded.
Alba
195
making
kilos.
fast progress. You see Joey in the corner giving her last minute instructions. 190 was work, but 5 kilos seems reasonable.
Top
What do you
score
think?
so far is 193, but I agree. It looked on a second, it looked like she had 5 kilos more.
A personal best on the platform, judging off her training, seems to be proper pacing. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And
Loaders well called. Unfortunately,
she's used a lot of energy fighting that bar. It looked like it was going to come up in stages, but she hit a wall halfway.
I'm going to have to see that replay.
turn that over and make the
For a
difference.
second there, I thought she was paused, but not coming back down.
Shitcoat and Bavois to get ready.
202.5 for Megan Scanlon.
Bar is loaded.
So the junior star threatening Megan, and Alba with a bigger total at juniors than she had in the open and bigger total than Megan had in the open. But the head-to-head is all that matters. And Megan has proven, historically speaking, she rises to the occasion on those head-to-heads. Well, here we are.
Matches her best squatting competition.
The battle of the 63s. A lot of hype and a lot of people saying, kicking off 2025, this is probably going to be the battle of the year in the women's division. Wow. With room to spare, Megan does it.
She
2
gets that
to
call
1.
from the front again.
2-1 in good leg for Scanlon.
Megan, the reigning world champion, as the junior star steps up and Leah comes down. She is undaunted by the task ahead.
And she shouted her own squat to the top there. I don't know where you find the breath to do that under your max squat.
I got the shit go. You had said 210 would be a reasonable third, and here's 210, Joe.
I think she'll get this. 2.5 looked comfortable, but I think she's doing a good job not overreaching. She doesn't want to miss any lifts. That 9 for 9 she did last year was an absolutely brilliant performance, and she needs to do it again. This is not a surefire thing for Agatha. She needs to defend against those 63s coming up. And Evie. And that was absolutely spot on the money. Right
Yeah,
there.
Look at, she started smiling. It looked like work, as you'd anticipate a third squat to look, but she started smiling on the way up and you knew it was there. Agatha Shitko, 3 for 3 in the squat events. And Leah Bavois, just a 2.5 kilo jump, but a world record, obviously breaking the world record in her second attempt, and 2.5 kilos could be pivotal as we move forward, not only in the battle of the 63s, but also in the overall.
And psychologically as well, it's going to be great for her having chipped that record, because that performance she did at the UK Arnold was the highest score at the time of anyone in the world. So it was a peak performance for her.
A lot of question marks around Leah as she moves back down. Can she return to previous form? Every kilo will count. Leah, a member of the roster in every Sheffield so far. Multiple-time world champion, 2 different weight classes.
Now she's going to give away some weight on bench, so she needs to nail this squat, get as many kilos as she can right here.
Oh, and she's fighting her way right to lockout.
What a fantastic battle that was.
2-1, it's in, and Leah Bavois, prime for the challenge. Has the queen returned to the 63s?
2 white lights is good enough. I could see the jury debating, but it looked okay from our angle.
And the ladies are living up to the hype today. 236 now being loaded for Carlina Tongatea.
One attempt to change openers.
Now, not many people were predicting Carlina on the podium, but I can see she's tracking for second place right here. I mean, we have a long way to go in the competition, and that's just on predicted bench and deadlift openers.
Carlina has a chance at redemption here. Had more in the tank after Lithuania. An opportunity to show how much she has on the Sheffield platform.
And she's been improving her placing consistently. She was 9th at Sheffield 1, she was 7th at Sheffield 2. Could we see her go even higher today?
Where might she land today? Oh!
Unfortunately not. But she still picks up that world record squat. That's £5,000 bonus for her already.
Looked like she thanked the spotters as she left the platform. Let's take a look at that, if we can. 250 being loaded for Amanda Lawrence. You had said 250,
Yeah.
10 kilo jump. Joey Flex agreeing. And 240, move like a second attempt should. 249.5, the world record. It's Amanda's world record.
I mean, we know she's done much more than this on home turf. So this should be good.
Amanda looking to prove a point here at Sheffield. Are we in the Agatha Shitko era? Are we in the Amanda Lawrence era?
And of course, she hasn't been challenged really in this class for a very long time. But that's not Amanda's fault. You know, she needs people to turn up and challenge her, turn up and do battle against her.
A victim of her own success.
Absolutely.
And so much success she's had. A champion ever since 2019. But there's a threat on the way. Let's see how Amanda responds to that threat.
Oh, wow, I really thought that was going. Just ran up of upward momentum at the sticking point.
You know, in terms of a game plan, the 10 kilo jump It leaves a lot of energy for that third attempt. If the plan is to go all in, it is Sheffield. There's no other 84s, so you can go all in without a threat of someone bumping you. I understand it. However, if you miss your third, that total drops that 10 kilos.
Absolutely, but 7 women already have missed their third squat, so it might not handicap her quite as much as if everyone else was hitting.
They're pushing themselves, and speaking of pushing themselves, Brittany Schlater has a personal best loaded 287.5 as we jump 10 kilos from her second attempt, which moved well. Two-time world champion, accustomed to the Sheffield crowd and environment.
She took the squat world record briefly in Malta. Of course, that record was broken about 5 times in Malta to 2023.
And you see the coaching staff celebrating in the wings, and they should. Brittany, 3 white lights, emotional as she leaves the platform.
That's fantastic. Getting all 3 squats in, that'll really give her a boost for the rest of the competition. Now, here we go.
325.5, well beyond that 700-pound barrier for Sunita Mulu. It's ambitious. Is it overly ambitious?
Now, this will put her ahead of any woman in the world in knee sleeves or knee wraps.
The strongest woman in the world looking to be the strongest woman in history.
Not just in the IPF, not just in this class, any woman that's ever competed. This will be the biggest squat ever done.
This is a big jump. All or nothing. 325.5, and it's crazy to think just last year, 300 kilos was the barrier that she broke. And we're 25.5 kilos beyond that just a year later.
This is really going to move her up the table if she can get this one on the board.
Monday morning at work, this is going to be the one everybody's talking about. Oh, whoa! Oh, nice catch.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too much. Maybe 320 would have gone. We'll never know now.
Until next time, 325.5. It looked for a second there, she might battle her way through it.
But we've talked all the time about you can't miss at Sheffield, and only 4 out of the 12 got their third squat in.
The women are pushing themselves as we transition into the men's division with no break. And great point, Joe. The women push themselves and anticipating the men will do the same as Waskar Carpio. 205 for Waskar. The 59-kilo world champion won the world title in Malta in 2023. Missed out by not hitting 95% of the world record. Hit it in Lithuania. He wanted to be here. Here he is, looking to put on the show. However, took him 2 attempts to make weight. How much gas does he have in the tank?
One of only, in fact, there's only 4 men returning. We have 8 newbies, Sheffield newbies. I mean, calling someone like Russell O'Hee a newbie isn't quite right, but they're new to Sheffield, and this environment is like nowhere else.
Waskar wanted to take the 59-kilo class onto the Sheffield stage to showcase his division. And here he is. Previous personal best, 222.5.
Oh, wow. Now, we know that Waskar had to weigh in twice, so he had a slightly difficult cut, but he's looking in good shape there.
Yeah, I think as he gets a fist bump by Matt Gary, this is the proper decision. Open up light, get on the board, see how you're feeling. As 2-time world champion, Panagiotis Tavernidis of France goes simply by Penna, 235. Penna has previously hit 260, but the squat event for Penna, a little here, a little there. You never really know what you're gonna get.
But this kicks off our 66 kilo class. This and the 83 is probably the most hotly anticipated class.
Oh, the discussion on the 63s as Shell drops down, and Penna, amongst those 63s, welcomes the challenge, looks forward to meeting that challenge. The proof is in the pudding. We had mentioned some of the lifters took 2 attempts to make weight, Shell among them. 235 for Penna's opening squat.
That was fast for Penna.
You know, I was going to say, if ever a lifter is difficult to read, it's Penna.
Yeah.
3 white lights. Penna will grind in the warm-up room.
And he can grind for 12, 15 seconds, still make it to the top.
Shell is in the 66.
Shell Backlund, representing Norway.
Normally in the 74 kg.
A lot of people saying the favorite to win this, 245.
Is loaded.
Now he overcame the first hurdle, he made weight, he made it into the 66s on his second try. But for years and years he was at 83, and then he came down to 74s, so to make it all the way down here is just incredible.
If ever there was an opening squat that intrigues me, and I'm sure everybody watching, it's this one. Where is Shell going to be on the day?
His first ever squat is a 66.
This is going to be telling. Oh, wow, Joe.
Well, I don't know how to read that. It wasn't easy for sure, but it was certainly in no doubt. He's got more in the tank there, so game on.
You know what? Shell, who's built for the bench and deadlift, relative to the way he squats, it was kind of easy. 247.5 for Kasimsen, the 66 kilo reigning world champion, when asked his thoughts about Shell moving down and all the big numbers that Shell might bring, Kasimsen said, good. I was planning on doing 800 kilos myself anyways.
And you know, he's, I mean, we're only on projected openers right now, but he's right up there. He's projected in second right now, ahead of Austin Perkins.
And what a surprise it might be if Kasimsen can nudge his way not only on the podium, but past the IPF world's best lifter. A lot of lifting left to go, though. 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was smooth. He looks comfortable. He looks happy.
90 kilos now, 290.
Big deadlifter.
First Brit out. This is
Yeah, he's got a monster deadlift in him. They tied on total at Worlds, but everyone said Kasimsen had more in the tank.
Well, he was a little bit overlooked, I think, because he did really, really well, broke records at Asian Classic, and then didn't do as well at Worlds for a couple of years.
90 kilos.
Ode Omasakin, 290, opens up for the 83s. And the battle of the 83s is much anticipated as we have a rematch between Jurans Kingamu and Russell Orhi. Jurans, upset of the year, taking the title, but Ade Omasakin taking the world record. And a lot of people think is the sleeper to possibly cause an upset himself.
He's got a huge deadlift, and he's had huge PBs on his deadlift only recently. His best squat 305.5.
He's not looking to get the biggest squat of the 83s. Wow, that was quick, Joe. But he's going to have the last pull, we think anyways. He'll have the last say in that battle, and a lot of people believe that the winner of the Battle of the 83s has a great chance to end up on the podium overall.
I think so too.
Ade, when asked about the Battle of the 83s, openly said, I'm looking past the battle, and I'm looking towards the overall. As Emil Krastev, speaking of battles, 295, a rematch once again with Gustav Hedlund. These two gentlemen, arch rivals, and look at that double bicep in the back. Emil, one deadlift away from the world title. Emil, ever so close to being the king of the 93s, has another opportunity here today as Gustav Hedlund returns, and Emil's looking to make a statement and right that wrong.
And that must have really stung, the winning deadlift just springing out of his hands. Oh, wow.
Makes
That's easy.
work. I agree.
That's 3 white lights and a good lift. But
3 white lights.
Good lift.
295 remains on the bar. And the bar is loaded for current world champion, Jurins Kengamu.
Expect the crowd to pop for the local hero, Jurins Kengamu. Set the powerlifting world ablaze in Lithuania.
Well, what an underdog story that was, and he came out for that final pull, and no one was expecting him to come away world champion. And he absolutely smoked it.
Jurins himself said, "I thought I was contending for silver." Door of opportunity swung open, and Jurins, with a monumental moment, taking the 83 kilo title against the most decorated 83 of all time. Here's the rematch. Does lightning strike twice? 295 for Jurins. Wow.
I think we know his squat's been coming on, we know his deadlift's been moving well, and look at him, he looks confident, doesn't he?
Spoke to Jurins earlier this week. Extremely confident in his capabilities. And there's Austin Perkins already telling everybody, number one, the pound for pound king, best lifter at the World Championships, 300 kilos as an opener for the 74 kilo lifter.
Such a phenomenal talent. And his record, squat record at 311, but he's done 318.
Oh, and if anybody's gonna threaten Shell, it's this man.
I'm surprised at the depth call from the side, so hopefully that doesn't trip him up.
Gustav Hedlund is next. That's Russell Orhe. Not that he needs any introduction, I'm sure.
I hope Gustav knows it's him going out, because he's behind Russ.
They both have 307.5. I'm assuming Russ has the bigger lot number. Here comes Gustav now. Lot numbers drawn earlier. And here he comes, the returning Sheffield champion, the returning world champion.
And what a year he had in 2024. Can he kick it off again in 25?
He said up until last year, he never really felt proud about his powerlifting career. Always coming so close, hoping that won't be the story of his career. Well, after the year he had, it's quite the stage to step on, quite the base to lift himself upon, and Emil returns to try to take it away from him. Battle of the 93s.
That's great. That's absolutely fantastic. He's in good shape. He's going to be adding tons of kilos there. World record, of course, is Gavin Aiden's. He did out at NAP, 341. So we might not actually get close to that.
Fist bump by Russell Orhe, also opening with 307.5. Now the story on Russell Orhe. If he gets all 3 squats in, the rest of the 83s are in serious danger.
And the crowd wasn't loud enough for him. He had to call them to shout louder.
Russell entering into enemy territory as Ade and Jurins, both Brits, in the battle of the 83s, but Russell seems undaunted. He welcomes it.
Of course, you'd expect Russ to have the biggest squat.
Well, you know, it's a bit of a conversation, though. It depends if he can get all 3 in. Pay close attention to the depth.
That was so fast I couldn't tell.
Fast, snappy, but was it in? 3 white lights.
3 whites.
The jury is out of the conversation, and if they remain out of the conversation, you know what that means.
His own record's 321, so we could be close to that on his second, because that was easy.
Reigning 105 kilo world champion Ashton Rauska, 335. Ashton unseating Anatoly Novopismani for this title. Anatoly, of course, a legend in the game. Ashton making his first Sheffield appearance.
Just checking the records, of course, he broke the record at the World Classic with 365.5, only for Anatoly Novopizmeni to take it back again with 370.
$335 for his opener. 3 white lights. And here we are, Joe.
It's the big one.
425 for Jesus Oliveras. Jesus, of course, winning the original Sheffield with a sensational performance.
But then having a nightmare at the second Sheffield, coming 11th, really struggling to hit his bench and his deadlift last year.
People are saying his body weight might be a tell, weighing in at 178.84, and that's similar to his body weight at the World Championships. And Sheffield, he was as high as 186.
Yeah, I did hear. We have the chants going up already. The biggest guy with the biggest weights. But as you say, I'd heard that he'd come down in body weight, but it looks like it's pretty much the same as it was in Lithuania at Classic Worlds.
How will the body weight affect this squat? Wow.
That was fantastic. Wouldn't it be amazing to have Sheffield 1 Jesus here today?
And I tell you what, with those big men, oftentimes, historically speaking, squat was always iffy, but Jesus Oliveras squats as deep as the rest of the pack, despite being a 120 plus. Let's see how far he takes it. As 217.5 being loaded for Waskar.
But of course, that first performance of Jesus set the bar, set the world record so high that it's a real challenge to get close to it again. He's not been close to that number since.
17.5 on the bar for Carpio.
Waskar previously hit 222.5.
USA.
We're below that, and seeing how this moves, we might see a personal best from Waskar. The deeper into the competition we get, the more time he has to refuel, rehydrate. By the time bench rolls around, he'll be a 66. By the time deadlifts rolls around, he might be a 74.
Well, this tracks really well on his last couple of competitions, where he's opened at 202.5, gone to 215, and then 222.5. So he's up 2.5 on his opener, up 2.5 on his second. So we could see 225 from him for his third. I'll let him do this one though before I predict his third. Oh, that really, brakes came on really hard there.
Waskar, it was a challenge. He answers the challenge. But how much more does he have in the tank?
Now, will he want to protect his position, just take a small chip, because that looked tough. I can't see he's got much more in him there. And of course, he struggled to get to weight, had to weigh in twice, so the cut might have affected him there.
Panna, 250, a 15-kilo jump, Joe.
This Panna, isn't it?
235 was work. We're used to seeing Panna work. But it's 15 kilos too much.
It's Panna doing Panna things. It's fairly typical on his taking a 15-kilo jump to his second.
He's hard to call. He's left with 247. He's left with 250. We're right around the top end on certain days, but on other days he can go a lot heavier than this.
So he did 235, 250 at his national championship, but then missed 253.
We're close. He can grind if he needs to.
We should have a little timer when he starts to come up on his squats, how long it takes him to get to the top.
And talk about a grind. Panagiotis living up to the hype in that respect. But how much more does he have, Joe? 3 white lights.
He's done 260 at a slightly higher body weight, but I don't know, it looks like he doesn't have too much there. I wouldn't want him to go up much more than 2.5.
If I know Penna, I could expect 5 kilos to be added.
Yeah.
He wants to try to hold form as Shell, 252.5, 7.5 kilo jump for Shell.
Now I'm wondering if his equipped experience is really helping him here, because he knows the feeling of walking out a weight that's way above his raw max.
Shell, a world champion in equipped, a world champion in the classic, champion in World Games.
Yeah, took the World Games medal in Birmingham, and now he's coming back for the classic version in Chengdu.
His resume can go head to head with anybody in the game. Might he add the Sheffield title to that collection?
Currently projecting 103%.
But Joe, it was work for a second.
It was. I think he's coming close to his top end there. I think at the reduced body weight, I think that top end is going to come towards him really quickly now. I don't think he's got too much more there.
It'll be interesting. Look at, if Penna does do 255 and hits it, and Kasimsan continues at this rate, they will both out squat Shell. Of course, Shell, big bench, monster puller, world records in the deadlift at the 74 kilo class. But still might be tighter than some would have assumed. That's Kasimsan, 260. Already more than his previous personal best, Joe, of 255.5, and this is only his second attempt. Might he be a sleeper pick?
I think so. I think so. He's tracking it to be on the podium. Again, he can grind too. So that's a PB for him already. He's got another attempt. Probably won't go up too much.
Amongst those 66s, did he have the easiest second attempt? It was work.
Possibly by a small margin. I think all three of them are close to their top.
It's still very early in the game, but Kasimsan might be surprising people here. If it's the second attempt and he's already well above his personal best, we'll have to track that at a 305, 15 kilo jump. And for Ade, this is just half a kilo below his personal best, Joe.
So the forecast we've got up there at the minute is what the positions will be if everyone gets their second lift. It's not going to be the positions after this lift. It's assuming that everyone gets their lift and Russell Lohi will be ahead.
290 was easy work for the world record holder.
It was, but this pretty much matches his competition best. But I know his training's been going really well.
It's interesting. Jurens is the world champion, but Sheffield is based off of world records, and that holder's Ade.
That was nice. He's got a bit left too. Now, he did say he didn't want to go all out on squat. He didn't want to take all his energy away because he knows he can answer with that massive deadlift. He's already done 363. I predict he'll do a lot more today.
You know, judging by the way that second squat moved, it looks like he's staying to the game plan. You come in with the game plan, the excitement hits you, and oftentimes you veer off of that path. But Ade, so far, sticking to it as Emil Krastev walks onto the platform, 310 kilos for Emil. Also a 15 kilo jump.
Emil's a great all-round. Of course, he's got a big bench. And we know he can fight at the front. He was so close to winning in Lithuania. And of course, been to Sheffield once before, but was injured, didn't do so well. Yeah, I hesitated because I wasn't sure of the depth, and he did get a call from the side referee.
2-1 for Emil. And he goes 2 for 2 on the Sheffield platform.
Get ready. Bar is loaded at 312.5 kilos. The Jurens Kengamu.
Jurens Kengamu now. 312 and a half.
So much support in the crowd for Jurins. He's been around for such a long time, been competing internationally since Helsingborg 2019, maybe a little before that actually. Finally, he's at the forefront of the world's 83 kilo lifters. 312 and a half is best.
This matches that, but if you follow Jurins online, Jurins having the prep of his lifetime. You had mentioned a late bloomer here in his mid-30s, enjoying his prime.
Three white lights. Yeah, he's got it.
Joe, if he's equaling his previous personal best on a second attempt like that, he's on pace for a big monster total.
See some big numbers from all three of these 83s. They're lifting well.
World record here now for Austin Perkins at 315, the American. A lot of people saying the pound for pound king.
This is a world record. This is the world record. It was 311.
Austin has hit heavier at a national level. Looking to be the first to squat 700 pounds at the international level. And wow, is he explosive.
That's comfortable. Oh, where's he going to go from here?
And Austin Perkins fired up.
He's within reach of the 83 kilo world record at 321. That's how phenomenal Austin Perkins is. Of course, you don't get the record for the weight class above. Maybe you should, but you don't actually eclipse that.
Well, I tell you what, when you're talking about world records in 83 for the squat events, you have to mention Russell Orhe, 323. And Russell Orhe needs to be successful in the squats if he's going to win this battle and make his claim for a podium. Russell.
Of course, he set the record in Lithuania on his second squat, but then controversially got his third squat turned down, overturned rather. Going to want to make sure of it here today.
Swagger in his step. Two-time world champion. A dominant force in the 83s, but 2024 saw several lifters threaten that dominance. Can he reassert himself here at Sheffield? It was fast.
He's certainly got a lot of strength there. And
Three
he's
white
got
lights.
3 white lights.
No jury discussion needed. And Russell Orhe has found the depth he needs. Can he keep this trend going?
Collects a handy £5,000 cash prize for that squat.
And how much more should he move up, Joe?
To be fair, it was easy. He's got a lot more there. You wouldn't want to take a 10 kilo jump though, because you don't want to miss, because the bigger prize is more important.
But he is being pushed, and perhaps he'll have to push his chips to the middle of the table. Gustav Hedlund, 325. Just 2.5 kilos off his personal best.
And he's looking in good shape. He's had a great year. His training's going well. His opening squat looked really easy.
That moves smooth, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait for the referees, but 3 white lights. We've got that angle looking upwards. It's really hard to accurately judge depth.
We are loading up 300.
Watching,
Yeah, he's all business, straight off. Load the next one up.
watching Gustav Hedlund's training leading into this. Some discussion, wondering if we'll see a 10 times body weight total in the 93s for the first time.
Wow.
If not that, perhaps nudge our way into the 920s. Of course, the world record total held by Gavin Aiden with 901. Ashton Rauska, 371. World record second attempt here on the second round of squats. for the 105 kilo world champion.
Now it takes a lot to take a squat world record from Anatoly Novopismeny. But here we are.
Anatoly not only winning the 105s, he's a multiple weight class world champion, multiple time best lifter at world championships, and Ashton unseated him in Lithuania, taking a very difficult route to get here to Sheffield.
But this is more than he's done on the platform before.
Personal best and historic lift here. Depth looks good.
Superb. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely monstrous second attempt for Ashton Rauska. Ashton got his PhD and is now actually Dr. Ashton Rauska.
455 goes on the bar.
Was it in squatting?
He's still a way away from the world record.
So I couldn't say where he's going to go next. You think he'll push on to 380? Might be a bit too far.
Well, you know,
What do you think, Ryan?
9 kilos, when you're already that heavy, percentage-wise, it seems reasonable. But what a monstrous squat for the 105 kilo class. And speaking of monster squats, Jesus Oliveras, 455, over 1,000 pounds.
Now this has been his second squat in his last 4 competitions. He's done 425, 455 at the last 2 Sheffield and the last 2 World Championships.
30 kilo jump.
It's his standard format, so we should see him make short work of this.
Wow, and you know what? We seen 455 in prep for Sheffield, and it looked like a grinder. Come the day of, it looks like an appropriate second attempt. And Jesus setting himself up for possibly a personal best on his third attempt.
Well, that'll be 478.5. That's a fair way up. What do you think? Is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for the record?
Judging by the way the second attempt looked, I think he'll load it. I know it's a big jump, but again, in terms of percentage, when you're that many kilos, it's a lot smaller than you might think. Waskar, 225, and Joe, this is over his personal best.
Now I've just seen, sorry to interrupt you, Ed, I've just seen Jesus has put in a 10 kilo jump. He's not going to go for the record today.
Fair enough.
Playing the smart game, playing the long game.
Are you surprised by 225?
It's what he's done in the past successfully, but his second did look like it was a lot of work. So let's hope he's got enough in reserve.
I thought 222.5 was his previous personal best. Is this
Oh, mate, I think you're right, actually.
And 217.5 was a grinder. However,
Yeah, you're right, 222.5, so he's going for a PB when his second was tough. But you know, maybe that was a conversation with the coach going, look, I just made a small error on that, I can do it better, give me the number.
5 kilo jump.
Unfortunately, not today.
It was a bold move.
Yeah.
However, if you're a Waskar fan, with every event, and it was a tough cut for him, he's going to gain more nutrition, gain more hydration, and expect him to get stronger as we move forward. And look at this, a rare sign of conservative movement, and I like it in cosine. 252.5 for Penna. Usually, historically, people said he gets a stitch careless and reckless with his attempt selection. Penna, showing a veteran poise, sees the opportunity that might be in front of him, deciding 2.5 kilos. I like it. Can he go 3 for 3? A rare thing for Penna, who usually goes all out. What do you think about the attempt selection, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just looking back at his history. He doesn't often go 3 for 3. He did it at the most recent SBD France meet, but he was slightly out of his weight class then, and I think the cut does hurt those numbers a little bit. But you'd never bet against him grinding a squat.
Nope.
Unfortunately, there was no grind to be had today. But he got the maximum he could out of himself today. If 250 was his limit and 252.5 wasn't, he got as much as he possibly could.
In terms of squats, 250, still a good number for Penna to move forward with. As Shell, 257.5 being loaded for him.
And I think these small jumps for Shell is good. He doesn't know what his strength levels are like and his endurance is like at this body weight. So taking those small jumps, I think, is a smart move. And his second was work.
Forecasted total already, 758, and that just takes the openers after this. You could see that total possibly building, and that's a monster total if only he hits those openers.
Projected on his bench and deadlift openers, he's at 4.5% above the world record already, but he's still got to get his bench and his deadlift.
That's right.
But he's answered some critics on squats.
And Shell, 257.5, has arrived at Sheffield, living up to the hype. 3 for 3 in the squat event.
Now, we're not going to crown him early, but it was the squat we were most worried about that he was going to lose on. And he's 3 for 3.
Had to weigh in twice, and the squat event was going to be the most difficult. He's only going to get stronger from here. Kasim-sen, 265, well above his personal best now.
And he's looking impressive. He's cool and calm and collected. He's putting up numbers bigger than he has in the past. This will be a PB again.
Yeah, 260 is personal best, but previous to this.
Yeah.
Oh, what a fight!
I was about to say that he could grind 2, but unfortunately hit a wall.
Previous to this, 255.5. You know what? It was an appropriate call.
Yeah.
It's the rematch with Penna. They're neck and neck. Of course, Shell dropping down, and there's an opportunity to move up the rankings as everybody pushes themselves perhaps over the limit. Speaking of Ade, 315 coming into the event, 305.5 was his personal best. Well beyond that.
He's a great squatter though. And I think he's found he looked a little bit nervous as he walked out for the first one, but who wouldn't with 3,000 people shouting your name? And he looks to have settled down a little bit. This will be a big PB, but I think he can get it. He trained at my gym back in 2018. Suddenly there was this kid squatting in the corner and looking so impressive even then. It's fantastic to see him have made his way all the way through.
Oh, and Ade.
No, he's not happy. He thinks they took it early. I could see on his face.
And did they?
I'm not sure. Well, if we can see that back. It seemed like he'd run out of steam, but I don't think he'd actually dropped yet.
No,
he had
did
dropped.
drop.
Yeah. So he thinks it was wrong, but I think that it's the right call for the spotter, though.
Or was that more a look of surprise? My goodness, I thought that was there. That should be there, given my prep. Either way, that's a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, that'll really put a crimp in his plans now.
Emil Krastev, 317.5. Emil has previously hit 312.5. A personal best for Emil. And if you remember, back at the World Championships in Lithuania, pacing himself to win the world title, had the world title in hands right up to the final deadlift. Just that lockout, missed it. If he hits this, looking like he's pacing even greater than that total. Might he upset the reigning world champion Gustav Hedlund?
Maybe so, popping up above 900 kilos.
3 for 3, and Emil threatening Gustav Hedlund. 2024 was the year's Gustav, and his emergence, might it be the emergence for Emil Krastev in the 93s?
Well, unless Gustav has to get his squat now, because otherwise Emil's gone past.
And Jurins Kangamu, 317.5 for him. 5 kilo jump, a personal best for the reigning champion in the 83s. Jurins, of course, being threatened by countryman Ade, who was coming in with the world record. Ade missing his third. Jurins used to stepping up when you need to. It's not about world records now, it's about well, it is about world records, but it's also the head-to-head and how you accept that challenge. One thing to break a world record when you're on your own, another with people like Jurins and Russell Orhe going against you.
But if he gets this lift in now, which I think he's well capable of, he answers the challenge from the young challenger. No, it's not going.
And what a shocker. So much of the conversation was if Russell can go 3 for 3.
Yeah.
And now look at this. Ade missing his third. Jurins missing his third. My goodness, if Russell can hit 3 for 3. Not to get ahead of myself, 323 for Austin Perkins, the 74 kilo world champion. Might just be out squatting all the 83s after all.
Hey, he might well. Because Russell's put on 338, which is huge.
Russell hit 323. This would tie Russell, of course. Austin weighing in lighter. Wow. High drama here at Sheffield. .318 is personal best previously, but 315 moves so fast for Austin. Much slower, but a commanding 323 world record. Do the judges agree? 2 to 1 they agree.
I wasn't sure about the depth, to be honest, so I'll keep my eye on jury, see when they're going to take a look at that.
Austin Perkins has arrived.
But for now, that's a fantastic result for Austin. And he's now approaching, with his openers from his next lift, 98% of the world record.
Gustav Hedlund, 335, 10 kilo jump. Gustav, this is a personal best for him. The reigning Sheffield champion, reigning 93 kilo world champion. We said Emil went 3 for 3. You know the pacing on Emil, right on Gustav's heels. Everyone expects Gustav to be ahead on the squat, but every kilo's gonna count. He needs this extra 10 kilos if he's gonna emerge as the king of the 93s after today.
It's that big bench of Emil's. It puts him ahead at subtotal.
It really is the equalizer. Emil's hitting personal bests. Gustav needs to as well.
And he is.
Answering the challenge here at Sheffield.
That's a great place to do a 7.5 kilo squat PB.
In a battle of the 93s, living up to the hype, neck and neck, 3 for 3. And speaking of 3 for 3, we all said coming into the event, Russell Orhe needs to stake his claim in the squat event. 338, 15 kilo jump, Joe. It's a huge jump.
It's ambitious, but you know, his second lift was pretty easy and he's an ambitious guy.
323 moves so well, I can't think 15 kilos is gonna stop him. Jurins missing his third, Ade missing his third. Huge opportunity here for Russell Orhe to seize command in this battle of the 83s.
I can no longer see the stage. There's people on the feet. They're chanting Orhe.
and it moves with speed as we wait with bated breath. 3 white lights, and the jury stays out of it. Russell Orhe asserting himself at Sheffield.
Finally has the squat session he's been looking for. I nearly said Sherry Flex out.
What a colossal showing, answering all the questions. Can he hit depth? Will he meet the standard? Two-time world champion, looking to make a statement, and he has.
Well, unless something goes very wrong, that means the viewer's forecast was correct for Russell Orhe.
I can only imagine what people online are saying now as we continue to roll on. 375 for Ashton Rauska, 75 kilo world champion. This is a world record. Personal best coming into the event, 365.5 was Ashton's best, almost 10 kilos beyond that.
He secured the record with the chip, taking it away from Nora Pismeni, and he's now adding another 4 kilos.
Right on the money, it would appear.
He had to work for that, but he got it to the top.
And Dr. Ashton Rauska, surgical with these attempt selections. 3 for 3, and they got every ounce out of him on that platform.
Yeah, that was a great call. That was the perfect number.
165 kilos.
Look at this fight. Never bows his chest as his knees quiver just a little bit.
Our first Sheffield men's winner 2 years.
Phenomenal
Ashton.
squatting from Ashton there.
And here's Jesus. Wow, he looks downright emotional. I have never seen Jesus this amped up. 465, and this means a lot for him. 10 kilo jump. And I'll tell you what, Jesus can fight if he needs to.
Come on, you can be louder than that.
So he did 11:52.5 at the first Sheffield. He hasn't been terribly close to that since. It would be fantastic to get a performance to match that here today. And of course, all his performances are matched against that world-beating one from the first Sheffield.
Oh, and the strongest. Oh, a little dip.
The bar went down, I think.
You know what? And I'll have to agree with that, but a moral victory, locked it out under his own strength. I was about to say, the strongest man alive, going 3 for 3, very close there as we take a look at the standings. Agatha Shitko in the lead, Evie Corrigan, previous champion, in second, Carlina Tongatea in third, Tiffany Chapon and Sonita rounding out the top 5.
That is not the top 5 anyone was predicting, I don't think.
Not yet. A bit of a shakeup on the women's side, but a lot of lifting left to go. Of course, Agatha, heavy favorite in maintaining that position. On the men's side, Shell Becklin, living up to the hype, currently in first place. Austin Perkins, world's best lifter, and we knew would be the man to be the biggest threat. 323, massive squat on his heels, and Emil Krastep going 3 for 3, looking to stake his claim. But let's not overshadow Russell Orhe.
Yeah,
We
pulled
all
himself
said
right
if he
up.
goes 3 for 3, not only might he win the battle of the 83s, but how far can he make a push towards the podium?
And of course, barring any disaster, Kjell Backlund is going to take the title with a higher percentage than any man has done before.
A lot of lifting left to go. We'll have to see how it takes place. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the bench press.
I can smell the deep heat.
Yes. Straight on now.
I'm out. Hello and welcome. I am joined by Carlina, a 3-time Sheffield returner. Very few lifters have earned the privilege to be at Sheffield 3 times. How does it feel to be back?
Oh, it feels amazing. It feels unreal to be here for a 3rd time. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. And how does it feel on the Sheffield platform to extend your own squat world record?
It's everything that we planned to do. Well, not everything, because I didn't get my 3rd, but we just have been feeling really strong lately, and we've been putting in so much work to make sure that we secured that.
Amazing. And yeah, your squat is looking incredibly strong. You know, there's a lot of power in it. We know that you can grind, but it didn't seem like on that second you needed to at all.
Yeah, that was the plan. I wanted to make the world record look like a 2nd attempt. I fell forward a little bit, so that kind of made me work harder than I wanted to. But it's I can take away from that you know, the more work we put in, the better that 2nd attempt's gonna look.
Amazing. And how are you feeling for the rest of the day now?
I'm feeling really excited. You know, it's kind of felt like not a lot of pressure coming in because there are so many new faces and people are talking about everyone. So it's nice to kind of fly under the radar and just put everything out there.
Amazing. Well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
I am joined by Russell Orhe, 1st-time Sheffield competitor.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be here for the very first time?
It's amazing. I mean, like seeing the crowd out there just like brings your energy to a whole different level.
Amazing. And how does it feel compared to other meets that you've been at?
It's not even close. I'm used to people like being in the crowd, but this is a whole different level.
Yeah, how was the energy as you stepped out?
I can't even explain it. Like it just feels like everything's just reverberating through your body, and it feels like you can't do anything but make the lift.
Amazing. And let's talk about the squat because it was 9 white lights, which a bit of a turnaround from Worlds. The
Yeah.
squat that got away. How does it feel to grasp it back?
It feels really good. I was so excited after I completed the lift. I couldn't even think of like a celebration to do, so I just started screaming. I was like, let's go.
Unlike you, I know that you have planned celebrations all locked up in there.
Yeah.
Do you have any that we might expect to see later?
You know, when you get to meets like this, you think that you have everything planned out, but once you get in the moment, you're just kind of reacting. So we'll see if I'm able to do some of the stuff, but I got to focus on getting the list first.
Yeah, absolutely. And how does that make you feel setting up for the rest of the day? How do you feel going into it?
I mean, it gets good momentum. So like whenever you get a couple of good lifts in a row, it makes it feel like you can't miss. So now the confidence is like at an all-time high.
Amazing. Well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That's a good one.
If someone asked me to describe Sheffield in a few words, I try to nail it down in 3.
I would say colossal.
Unexpected because nothing really prepares you for it.
I would say overwhelming.
Cinema.
Entertainment.
Sheffield for me is a dream that is explosive and fun.
Concert, extravagant.
Sheffield is the biggest competition of powerlifting you can have.
Big.
To me, it's just the biggest stage in powerlifting.
It's pretty legendary and it's a lot of fun.
A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Challenging, because you're challenging yourself with the biggest lifts.
Hype.
The hype, the excitement, the crowd,
all of that. It's really one of the best experiences you can get as an athlete.
Gathering of high-performing athletes who come together to break barriers.
Sensational.
When I think of Sheffield, I think strength.
Strength, performance, and greatness.
Electrifying. I always think of it's unique. It's an incredible opportunity.
What do I expect going into that stage? It's a question I've been asking myself throughout this entire prep. As of right now, I don't know. I can only imagine. I just know it's going to be special.
You can't 100% predict what's going to happen.
It's crazy to think that this will be my third time walking out on the Sheffield stage, but it's just absolutely electric.
I generally feed off of that energy and I thrive off of it.
I'm not really sure what to expect because I'm a very different lifter than I was a year ago.
I expect the crowd to go as crazy as they did when I came out for my 200 kilo squat last year.
It's gonna hit a bit different because of like the actual like crowd.
I'm expecting to feel at home and I'm expecting to be fun.
I expect it to be like any other time, honestly.
Sheffield started different from the other competition. Kind of concert before powerlifting.
I really love stepping on the platform every single day. So for me, I'm thinking about the crowd, the platform potentially shaking, honestly what I'm going to be doing in between lifts.
I'm a bit nervous at the beginning, but like I think the crowd going to cheer me up.
It's probably going to be a little overwhelming and emotional.
I expect to feel very focused going into Sheffield for the first time with the crowd and the standard of the meet, just being focused and feeling ready to go.
I think it's just gonna feel amazing as the past 2 times.
I'm hoping I can be zoned in on what I want to do, but also extremely privileged.
I think going out on the stage at this meet will be a great honor.
I prepared the whole year for this basically. Since I walked off the stage last time, I knew I wanted to be back.
Doing Sheffield for the first time was almost like doing a rock concert or something like that. Like it's like this huge show. Once you experience that, you're like, that's exactly how the powerlifting competitions should be.
Lived up to the hype, that's for sure. I mean, the only difference was I knew what I was going into, right? Still a meet, we gotta go out there and put on a show sort of thing.
The first time I have injured my back. So all the time I don't enjoy my training and don't enjoy my prep, but now it's different.
Last year's Sheffield, I had secured my spot because I became a world champion, and so that was a lot of validation for me in heading into the next Sheffield prep, knowing that I belong here.
It's very different because now it's like my home, so yeah.
Going into the meet last year, I was very confident. I knew I had a chance to win.
The first Sheffield, I didn't know what to expect. No one knew what to expect. But now I know to be ready for the lights and the crowd and the hype and the massive screens.
For this particular competition, yes, my training has been a little bit different due to the fact that I did suffer a loss in my last competition, so everything is a little bit more dialed in coming into this one.
I don't approach Sheffield too much differently than I would any normal competition. My goals at the end of the day are still the same. It's to better myself, better my lifts, try to prove what I can do, and ultimately having fun would be a really great goal.
I've approached every single one differently, right? And I think in that way, it's similar in how I prepare for every competition, because every competition in itself has a different meaning. It has a different weight on it.
I feel like I've been more dedicated. I feel like every training session meant something. It's a bigger event. It's an event that I've never done before. It's an event that's brand new. So it's something that brings more seriousness to training.
I haven't really approached Sheffield too differently. I've pushed a bit more than I usually push for comps, just because I think what it kind of means in terms of like, it's not just your weight class, it's kind of like you versus everyone people.
Because of the level of Sheffield, I think that everything has to be optimized for this. This is the biggest competition of the year for me.
I've never eaten better, I have never trained better, and I have never focused better than I did to this comp.
My first goal for any competition is to feel good while lifting. I love this sport like with my whole heart, so if I'm feeling good while I'm doing it, I think I'm pretty cool.
The main goal is to enjoy myself, to be the greatest version.
Just to go 9 for 9. right? It's not about where I place, what world record I break. Is none for none, because I believe a none for none endurance is a fun endurance. It's a endurance that gives the crowd what they came for. So yeah.
I want to give my 100% on the platform, so I don't know how big it would be on the day, but I will give everything. I want to honor my coach and his mentality on the platform.
I want to just go out there, have fun, and think about the decades journey that I've had in the sport and try to just show people, hey, this is what we've been working up to this point.
Number one goal for this competition is to win the whole thing and do something that people never have seen before.
Success in my powerlifting career is to be the best. It really is.
Placing as high as you can and having an impact on the sport, on the people that are watching.
Pushing myself, finding out what all of this kind of culminates into the moment of those nine lifts.
I think success for me at this meet would be hitting what I know I can hit.
I would say winning worlds, at least one Sheffield appearance, and yeah, Sheffield podium.
I think success in powerlifting is just always striving for better, always trying to improve that little bit, you know.
Taking a look at the standings, no surprise with Agata Shitko, Evie Corrigan, and Carlina Tongatea. So Nita stepping away with 3:13. Big reach on their third and final, but I think the story here, if I'm honest, is the men's side, because the world title was lost in the 83 kilo battle due to Russell Orhi not getting all three of his lifts in, and Russell today making a bold 15 kilo jump from his second to his third, and it pays off, Joe.
And it does, and it doesn't pay off for the other two. We were expecting Mr. Consistency, Durans, to hit all his squats, and the young newcomer, Ade, we were expecting him to hit everything. They both missed their third, and Russell didn't. And not only did he not miss, he put a huge amount on for his third, came in at 3:38.
8:45.5, won the world title in the 83s in Lithuania. And Russell, if he only gets his bench and deadlift opener, will already be at 840.5. Where might he finish? And of course, Shell twice had to make attempts to make weights, and everybody was wondering, where will his strength be after such a drastic cut? Well, 3 attempts up, 3 attempts good, 257.5, and Shell with a massive pacing himself. As Tiffany Chapon, 4-time open world champion in the 47s, opens up with 95 kilos on the bench press.
She has the bench record at 100 kilos, one of the few bench records that doesn't belong to Agata Shitko. I think 47 kilo class might be a bit out of her range.
101.5 is Tiffany's previous personal best. Wow.
Easy. Considering she struggled a little bit on squat, that was a super easy bench.
Now Tiffany in the squat event had a tough second attempt, and it looked like they got a little bit bold with their third attempt. I wonder if they're going to take a little more caution in the bench press event. Jad Jakob opening with 100 kilos. Jad get her opening squat, came close on her second, retook that weight on her third.
But this is a big opener for Jad. This is heavier than she's ever opened before.
Yeah, 102.5 is her previous personal best. I thought they might go conservative after the squat event, going 1 for 3. Doesn't look like it. Let's see how 100 kilos moves. Move decent enough?
Yeah, it looked good. She sank in a long way, but she didn't heave. She didn't lift the bar back up with her body, so she just sank in to make sure she reached the elbow depth.
Also, got to be said, a lot more calm, cool, and collected in the bench press event.
Yeah.
And that serves her well. I hope they move up just 2.5 kilos. And Evie Corrigan, 102.5. Evie, 3 for 3 in the squat event.
Again, opening higher than she ever has before. But this is Sheffield. You've got to go all out.
Evie, a bit of a sleeper here. Forecasted for second. A lot of lifting left to go, of course. But she has an opportunity here.
She does, and no one on the women's side so far has been on the podium twice. She could be the first.
Some people thought if Sunita had a big day, she could be a threat. Sunita missed her third, Evie hit. As a matter of fact, only 4 ladies hit their third attempt. Everybody pushing themselves.
So we got 3 squats in from Meg Scanlon, Brittany Schlater, Agatha Shitko, and Evie Corrigan. And that was some work to do for an opener. Looked more like a second lift.
Want to take a look at Evie's face as she leaves? Wow.
Yeah, she's happy.
Yeah, she's got, I don't know if it's a poker face or don't look overly concerned. As Bobby Butters waits in the wings for 105.
Bench has been moving a little bit. She did 113 at British Nationals.
And is that a British or European record?
British. She's had the British bench record, British squat record for some time.
Bobby, representing the home crowd, has a massive subtotal, hit a big 182.5 in the squat event.
Yeah, the European record's Donna Berglund, and the Berglunds do like to hang on to their bench records.
.105 moves well.
Yeah, really nice.
That's a good lift for Bobby Butters, 3 white lights. 110 on the bar for Leah Bavois.
And up next, Leah Bavois. Coming into the event, there were some question marks. She was very open and transparent with some of the physical injuries she had been dealing with coming into this prep. Also, of course, dropping down to 63. You never know how that might go, but answering those questions with a huge squat, breaking the world record in her second attempt, breaking the world record in her third attempt. Pardon me, sorry. Leaving just 214, not getting 216.5, but opening with 110.
Her best in this weight class is 112.5. So it looks like we're going to be north of that today.
I'm wondering, should she go to tie that for a second? Take a conservative jump, Joe.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because if you only take 2.5 kilo jumps, you're right up against your max and you're tiring yourself out. The reason people take jumps up to a weight is so that they don't max out on every lift. But it's going to be hard to tell where she's at.
Well, doesn't really have a lot of room to go.
No, she's done 125 in the 69s, but bench can be hard hit by the weight loss.
She's also hit 125 in prep. Not sure where her body weight was at that time. Yeah. Carlina Tongatea, 122.5. She's hit 130.5.
Did that at New Zealand Nationals back in September.
Carlina broke the squat world record. Missed her third attempt. What do you think, Joe?
I think it's amazing she heard the referee's commands. The noise in the hall is just phenomenal. But that was a good bench. That spoke of more to come.
As 127.5 gets loaded for Amanda Lawrence, Amanda has previously hit 135. Her best squat coming in was 256. She ended off lower than that today. Can she hit a personal best in bench?
And that's the biggest squat she's done internationally. She's done more locally. Now she's only 5 kilos heavier than she did at Sheffield last year and at the Classic Worlds. So that could speak of bench having gone well in training.
One could only hope, of course, and I don't need to say this, you already know, it's where you end off, not where you open up.
World record in this class, like so many, is Agata Shitko at 156, so I don't think we'll get to that today.
Tall order, and she's chasing Agata Shitko's record as Agata Shitko appearingly is chasing her. 127.5 moved well today though, Joe.
Yeah, we could see Amanda push forward today. Answer all the critics who say she's not made any progress in a couple of years.
Didn't hit the squat she wanted, but can gain ground on the bench, gain ground on the deadlifts. A lot of lifting left to go. Alba Bostrom, 132.5, and Alba has a fantastic bench press. Interesting enough, her previous personal best, 133.5. We are awfully close to that, Joe. How do you feel about opening that heavy?
I'll answer you after she's done the bench.
Yeah, I mean,
it wasn't easy.
For an opener, and it's only a kilo off her personal best. Doesn't look like she has a lot of room left to grow from there.
Yeah, it's a hard bench to predict though. She sinks a long way, and then in order to meet the bench depth, and then pops back up. So it's hard to read.
If you like big benches, you're gonna love this. 137.5, Megan Scanlon. Megan, one of the few ladies to go 3 for 3 in the squat event, the current world champion.
And one of the few ladies here today who's got a chance at the bench record, which is a 143.5 Carola Garra.
She's previously hit 147.5. $10 kilos away from that. She's adapted well with the new, well, not so new bench depth rule. Modified her game. Looks good from my angle. Judges agree.
No drama at all. So she's pretty close to that bench record. Do you think she'll go for it on the second?
You know, it's tough. It's a possibility. She's got historic opposition now with Leah Bavois dropping down. Although Megan went 3 for 3, my goodness, if you're reaching and only go 1 for 3 in bench, it really evens that out.
It's only 6.5 kilos away though.
It is close. Oh, what a tough call. But Brittany Schlater.
She's not gone for it. She's gone for 142.5.
If I'm honest, I could co-sign that. Brittany Schlater, 145. Brittany also going 3 for 3 in the bench press event, hitting a personal best 287.5. And the two-time world champ has gone toe-to-toe with Sunita before with mixed results, but she has defeated Sunita outright to win the 2023 Worlds.
Nice. You say with mixed results, and it's gone one way and it's gone the other way, but they've given us some of the best battles we've seen ever in the super heavyweight category, I think.
I gotta agree with you. Everybody remembers the battle in Malta, one of the best we've seen. Sunita, 2 for 3 in the squat. If she goes 3 for 3 here, she rights the ship, starts to pull away. If she keeps missing, it's a different conversation. 145. Sunita has previously hit 152.5. I think the attempt selection's good. It's on point.
Yeah, she opened with 142.5 when she hit 152.5. So we might see the same sort of spread, ending up 10 kilos up above this.
Yeah, you see the appropriate wiggle room to go to second and thirds. They're making the right calls. Exactly. Just like you want your opener to move.
Yeah, no notes on that one at all.
Gets a nod from Kimberly Walford as she leaves the platform.
Poland only 4 kilos off the world record, which is hers.
Agatha Shitko, 150 kilos, absolutely monster bench press on Agatha. World records, multiple weight classes in the bench press.
She finally hit the 160 she's been looking for at Girl Power. Now she wasn't in the 69s at that. She was 71.5. But she seems to be able to miraculously hang on to her bench strength as she cuts weight, which isn't the usual way of doing things.
Previous personal best coming into this in squat 210.
Easy.
Previous personal best in bench 160.
Now look, Ryan, she got a card for elbow depth from the side referee. So if we get that replay back from the front, we can take another look at that, which we might not actually.
Tiffany Chapon, 101.5 for her second attempt. Tiffany looking to equal her previous personal best in the squat event. Looked like she was a little below her previous, but
this is interesting. She only needed 100.5 for the record. She's gone up to 101.5. The record's currently 100.
Yeah.
She did the 101, I think, at the French Nationals.
That's right. Of course, there is no other 47s, and maybe she's looking to gain a little ground on the total. I think the total world record means more to her, and she lost some ground in the squat event. You got to make it up somewhere.
And currently forecasted 4th, so she's fighting for a podium place.
I think she's looking at the bigger picture, judging by their attempt selection. .95 move well, but 6.5 kilos is a big jump in the bench press for the 47 kilo class. Wow, stubborn right elbow, but she locks it out.
But again, I think she's maxed out on her second.
Yeah, I'm seeing a trend. It's great. It's a world record. Obviously a massive bench press. It's those extra kilos she needs towards her total. And for her to have a shaky squat event and come out with the best bench press event she's ever had, or equaling that at least, but now on the international level. But I do agree with you, Joe. I don't think there's a lot of movement left to go, but now in the world record territory, she can move up in chips, 0.5. She doesn't need to make a big move. Jadjak up 105, 100 kilo for her opener.
And she only got her squat opener in, so hopefully she can collect more benches than that.
Previous personal best is 102.5. I was sort of kind of in my heart hoping they take a conservative second and let her get some wins under her belt after missing 2 squats. But she does look calmer.
Oh,
wow.
super easy. That was
and
the
that's
easiest
why.
PB ever.
And that is why. And look at the expression on her face now.
Yeah.
Stark contrast to the squat event. Nerves are out of the way. 2 for 2 in the squats. The momentum is building.
So she did draw a red card for elbow depth from one side. I can still see a discussion still going on. Hopefully it comes to nothing.
Evie Corrigan, 107.5, 5 kilo jump for Evie. And how did you feel about that 102.5 opener jump?
I think it was comfortable. I think she's looking in really good shape today. I think she's going to end up higher than most people have predicted her to be.
107.5 was her previous personal best, and here we are in the second attempts. Evie When she first dropped the 52, there was a conversation, how long would she stay? That was the first Sheffield. 2 years later, we're still here, and she's still pushing the limit. How far can she take it?
Of course, she just missed the podium last year. She was 4th. Oh, nothing there at all.
It's a good catch. That weight was coming back down, and she could empty the tank fighting for an attempt she was never going to get.
Yeah, she looks as she's shaking her head there, like, what happened there? I think she was expecting that to be much easier.
Bobby Butters, 110 kilos. Bobby, a late notice lifter, and head-to-head with the current world champion, getting the bigger squat and might get the bigger bench press. Not bad. Solid showing for the late replacement.
She's a big subtotaler though, but Jade has a much bigger deadlift.
Yeah, Jade has an all-time historic deadlift in the 57s and really is an equalizer. Still, nevertheless, a good show being put on by Bobby Butters, given the situation. Ooh, that was a tough second attempt, though, Joe.
Yeah, probably only got to 112.5 for her final one. I don't think she'll push to 115. I don't think that would be there.
If she can hit that 112.5, it'll be just half a kilo below her previous personal best, as Leah Bavois has 117.5 loaded. Leah dropping down in weight, but maintaining that big 69 kilo bench press. If she can keep this pacing. It's a big jump, though, in the bench press event.
Yeah, well, she was second last year. But she's going to have to really push the boat out to get on the podium this year. I kind of thought she'd be up there. I was expecting to see Leah at the top of the 63s and close to the podium, but the standard from everyone else has been so high. She's currently tracking as 8th. Long way to go yet, though.
I'm very interested to see how this moves. 125 is a 69. Hit 125 in prep for this, but I'm not sure where the body weight was at. If she can maintain this pacing at bench press, it's going to be a big total.
I'm not sure 125's there today.
3-wire lights, look at 125 might not be there, but 117.5 is a big bench press for Leah at 63. Still might be pacing for her best ever 63 kilo total.
Oh wow, could be, yeah.
As Carlina Tongatea preps for 127.5.
2.5 kilos for Carlina Tongatea, New Zealand.
Carlina, 3 kilos below her personal best. The only 76 competing here today, and has the opportunity to reclaim the world record in that weight class.
Slowing down a little bit, look like a decent second.
Nice 5 kilos she picks up and adds towards her total. Carlina with her deadlift opener, already at 601. 613.5, if I recall, is the world record.
Look at this, Amanda Lawrence, 135 for her second. This is where she's ended up at the World Championships and last Sheffield. This was her final successful attempt, so she is pushing.
She lost a little bit of ground in terms of her pacing in the squat event. She's got to make it up somewhere. If she hits this for a second, adds more on her third, she might be right back on track for a PR total.
Good lift. 3 white lights for Amanda.
And Amanda Lawrence picking up a little bit of steam in the bench press event.
Probably not going to push on to 140 though, I wouldn't think. Maybe 137.5.
Alba Ballstrom, we thought, had a little bit of a struggle, 132.5, and it was just a kilo behind her personal best, and 137.5. How do you feel about this jump?
I think the jump's fine. 5 kilos is fine from where she was. I'm more concerned that she did get a red card infraction from one of the referees. So as it gets heavier, we might see that more.
I'm not so sure. 2 to 130 is 2.5. I thought was a little bit more work, but
yeah, not going.
So this is where I was concerned. The way 132.5 moved, I thought maybe a conservative approach. Here's the problem. You miss your second. If you miss your third, you enter the deadlifts with some negative momentum as opposed to positive.
But
difficult to rebound.
She's had to do a lot of technical work to get her elbows down. So the more technical your bench press is, the more likely you are to miss for those reasons. To be honest, I was expecting her to get that, to be honest. I know it was the first one was tough.
Megan Scanlon, 142.5. And in contrast, 5 kilos below her personal best. Megan looking to add kilos, take a bit of a safer route. I think it's a good decision. 137.5 moved well. World record.
It's just below, it's a kilo below the world record.
And the 147, if you're wondering, at a national level.
But if she gets this, there's nowhere else to go but take the world record.
And after you move past the world record, of course, you're moving up 0.5 and the options really open up. You don't have to move up 2.5. And in the bench press, that's big. It's an advantage. Oh, wow. That looked like it might have been a wobble and not necessarily strength. Bar path issue.
No, I agree. I don't think that was strength. I think she just got the lift wrong, got a line wrong.
Do you think they retake the same weight?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Even going up a couple of kilos. Mind you, it's the risk and reward, isn't it? Because that's a £5,000 bounty on Carola Garra's bench world record, so she might go for it.
Sunita Mulu, 150 kilos.
No, Megan has put in the same weight again, which I think is the smarter move, really.
Sunita, 152.5 is her previous personal best. Makes easy work of that, Joe, and I think she might have more than 2.5 kilos in her.
I think I'd like to see her take the 2.5 and make sure we're getting the kilos in. She overreached a bit on the squat, and I think that's hurt her. Tracking for 5th place right now.
And this is where you got to start calling audibles. You come into an event like Sheffield with tons of grand plans and schemes, but you got to take a very close look at these lifts as they occur on the platform and make your decisions based off of that.
Sunita has gone up to 155, so I hope that goes well for her. But Brittany's taking the bigger jump here.
10 kilo jump for Brittany Schlater. She's hit 157.5. Solid second attempt for Schlater. 3 white lights.
So Brittany is now one of only 2 women who hasn't missed a lift yet. I'm presuming that Agatha is going to get this 156. She's done this sort of weight before.
Agatha Waits in the wings for 156. A world record attempt on her second.
So if she gets this, it will match the 84 kilo world record and exceed the 76 kilo world record. And this is her second attempt. Looks like we've got some issue with the bench.
As Agatha gets a little bit of extra time waiting in the wings.
You know she'd rather be shooting out onto the platform like she'd been fired from a cannon. Not one for waiting in the wings.
If you're wondering about the pacing, last year she won Sheffield with 600 kilos, the first 69 to equal 600 kilos. Currently pacing for 615 kilo total should she get her deadlift. Her opening deadlift. So you see the pathway and why she's such a favorite here at Sheffield. That 615 would be a world record in the 76 kilo class, let alone the 69.
She's an incredible bench presser, raw and equipped.
Agatha bringing her 76 kilo strength down to the 69s, and that's trouble.
Oh, slow though. Definitely got it.
The thing is, Agatha can be slow and steady if she needs to. There's so much horsepower behind that bench. Unlike some lifters, when the fight comes, it's a bit of an all or nothing affair. They need that momentum. Agatha can fight her way through, and speaking of fight her way through, 105.5 for Tiffany Chapon, going up 3.5 kilos.
This is a big ask. It really is.
Pardon
she
me.
wants it, and she must think she can do it.
2.5 kilos, sorry, to 104. Well, she already broke one world record. Like we said, she's the only 47. Now, of course, she wants the total world record back from Jessica Espinal. Sheffield, based off of world records, attempting to do her part.
Well, that world record's 433.5, and this will give her 426.5. So she only has to get a couple of deadlifts in if she can nail this.
She's not backing down. She pull it off. Nope. Waves it off, and you know what? She waved it off rather quickly, and I'm fine by that.
Yeah, you don't want to use up all your strength fighting a failed lift.
Not for 2.5 kilos. Valiant effort nonetheless, as we said before, coming into the event. Not 100%, still managing a world record. Not too shabby as Evie Corrigan takes another try at 107.5.
So now we find out if it was a bit heavy or she just made a technical error on the press. Because you know she's done this before, but I think at a slightly heavier body weight.
She's hit this in prep leading into Sheffield. She's hit more of this in prep actually leading into Sheffield.
Oh no, in this weight class, yeah, she hit this at the World Classic last year.
Third and final bench press for the 52 kilo world champion.
And it's just a bit too much today.
1 for 3 in the bench event. Shrugs it off, and that's what you got to do. There's still more lifting left to go. You can't take it with you into the deadlifts. Shrug it off. And 107.5 stays on the bar for Jad. And look at Jad. Far more poised. A very smooth 105. hitting personal bests in the bench press. Wow.
Oh, wow, that was easy.
And what a beautiful comeback.
Yeah.
Going 1 for 3 in the squat, but 3 for 3 in the bench press, hitting personal bests and walking off the platform all smiles. Jad Jacob, the current 57 kilo world champion. Bobby Butters now just half a kilo below her previous personal best, 112.5.
She is so fierce on her approach to the platform.
Bobby, multiple-time world's medalist, broken world records, European champion. She's on the level.
Ranked second in the UK for the women, only behind the legend that is Joy Namani. Yeah.
And could it be 3 for 3 for Bobby Butters? And it's not every day you get a last-minute call and end up temporarily in the lead with the 57 kilo world champ. Of course, Jad has a monster deadlift coming, but Bobby, a great account of herself. And speaking of great accounts of herself, 122.5 for Leah Bavois. Monster bench press for Leah. 125 is her 69 kilo bench press. That's huge in the 63s. Personal best in the squat for this weight class. Personal best in the bench press in this weight class. And pacing for a personal best total. Is it enough to regain the throne in this weight class? We're gonna find out.
So of course her 125 was in the 69s, but she was only 66.5 kilos. So she's not had to come down too far.
The 63 kilo women was too close to call with so many accolades. If she could hold form. Whoa!
Fortunately not. Bench does get hit quite hard when you do the weight cuts.
Now, while she's only gone 2 for 2 in both events, still hitting PRs, and her counterparts are also missing lifts. So when she's leaving the platform, they know they're still holding pace. It's still anybody's day as Carlina attempts 130. Carlina, 130.5, the previous personal best. We're right on that line.
She was in the 84s for that 130.5, but she did 130 in Lithuania. Missed 132.5. That's a fantastic third bench.
Right on the money, and that's exactly what you want for your lifter. Let them work, go right up to the edge without falling over it. It's Carlina, 3 for 3 in the bench. 137 now being loaded for Alba. And Joe, can she make the correction and get back on track?
I expected her to get the 137.5. I thought it'd be on the limit, but I thought she'd get it. So I don't know, we'll see.
Now sometimes with these bench presses, you fail a lift and it looks like you're not even close, but it's just the way you fail with that particular setup and that particular benching style. This might still be in reach. Oh.
No, not quite. So she was not where she expected to be on bench press today.
All is not lost. She's got a big deadlift.
She has, but she's given away 3 attempts now. She's 3 for 6. So that challenge fades, I think.
We'll have to see if Megan Scanlon also goes 1 for 3 in the bench press. Obviously, Leah Bavois, 2 for 3. And Amanda Lawrence, 140 kilos.
Yeah, I was surprised she went all the way up to 140. Shows a huge amount of confidence, which is great to see.
Previous personal best was 135. She tied that in her second. She came into the event saying she wanted to make a statement and calm all of the talk. She needs to gain these kilos somewhere. There's only 2 events after squat left. It's got to happen here.
She lost that 10 kilos on her squat. So makes up a little bit of that difference now, and hopefully we'll see a big deadlift from her. No, too much.
No, it's coming back down.
It's very ambitious in this sort of situation to take a 5 kilo PB on bench as a female athlete.
And again, in terms of strategy, she's the only 84, so you can make these kind of jumps. You could swing for the fences if you will.
Sure, but possibly 137.5 would have gone. It's always easy to make the call afterwards though, isn't it?
That's right. 142.5 for reigning 63 kilo world champion Megan Scanlon. Missed this on her second, looking to retake it on her third. And we both said, the way Megan benches, it's an all or nothing. Very difficult to grind at times. So while she failed it on her second, we thought it looked like it might have been the way that it came off her chest.
Yeah, I think so. And she didn't use up a lot of energy fighting with it either. It came up, it went down again.
Could it be a miscrew?
No, benches are not going well today.
So if you're Alba Bostrom, you went 1 for 3, it's okay. So did Megan. If you're Leah Bavois, you're 2 for 3 in squat, 2 for 3 in bench. You're looking across the field. In the battle of the 63s, the ladies are hit and miss. It's going to come down to the deadlifts, and still anybody's game.
It absolutely is. I'm seeing on projected, Leah on 529, Alba on 532.5, and Meg on 535. So there is nothing in that at all.
Very close. So Anita, 155 for her third and final. Sunita's previous personal best is 152.5. Small personal best should she hit this. The way 150 moved, this looks like a reasonable ask. Slow and steady, but it looks good to me.
It looks good to me too. I'm glad we finally got a third bench in.
And that was good attempt selection. Right on point, 3 for 3. For the world's strongest woman, Sunita Mulu.
And here's the world's strongest pound for pound woman.
The Polish sensation, Agata Shitko, 158. Broke the world record in the second attempt. Looking to up that by 2 kilos here.
And that exceeds the 76 kilo and the 84 kilo world record. What a phenomenal talent she is.
Yeah, she really does stand alone, doesn't she? Asserting her dominance in the sport of powerlifting here at Sheffield.
Can she keep up her perfect streak? And maybe she can.
I mean, you run out of superlatives to give her. Agatha.
She is 6 for 6 right now.
Pacing obviously in first place. Pacing to break the 76 kilo world record, let alone the 69.
Wow. Looking at about 103% at the moment.
160 loaded for Canada's Brittany Schlater.
And again, Brittany's having a great day out here. Love to see her get 160.
Hit a personal best in squat, and this will be a personal best in bench press if she can hit it. And she has a monster deadlift, unofficially breaking the world record at the Canadian Nationals. She can cover a lot of ground in that event.
She can, but Natalie Lala did 280, I think, last week.
And Natalie did have an opportunity to answer back.
Oh, not quite there today for Brittany. No shame in missing your third bench. But that leaves Agatha as the only woman who's gone 6 for 6, having a perfect run.
And if I remember correctly, she went 9 for 9 at last Sheffield.
She did.
Waskar, 137.5 for his opening bench press. As we move directly into the men's bench event. Penna, Kasim Sand, waiting in the wings. Waskar went 2 for 3 in the bench press. He has previously hit as high as 148. Interested to see how this goes. Obviously, making weight was difficult, but more and more time to replenish.
Sure, but bench is the one that will really punish you for those weight cuts. But he's no stranger to them. He's been doing them a while now. Opened it this way to his Royal Nationals and the World Classic. So that's nice and easy.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're a Waskar fan, that'll give you some confidence as the day goes.
Typically goes up to 145 after that.
We'll see where it goes. You know, speaking to Matt Gary, who's handling him, Matt said they might take the approach of bigger jumps from second to third, giving it Sheffield, and you don't have other 59s chasing you.
Right.
A little different than Worlds and Kasim Sand. 147.5. Won an absolutely fantastic battle back in Lithuania to claim the 66 kilo title.
All 3 places on bodyweight, if I remember right.
3-way tie on the podium on total. He wins on bodyweight. He had a personal best squat, opening with 147.5.
That's an aggressive opener for him, and he's made short work of it.
Yeah, he previously, when he won the title, opened with 142.5. If you're wondering on his pacing, and the world record is 725, held by Kyoto Ushiyama of Japan. Took that in Asia. Kyoto, also a member of that battle back in Lithuania. And of course, Penna, 165.
One of the few men in the world that can grind a bench press.
This is the same opening weight that he had at the SBD Showdown in France when he weighed in as a light 74.
But also going further back to the World Classic, he opened 165 too.
Now he ended off with 180 as a light 74, ended off at 175 at the World Classic. Where might he end off today?
Nice.
And while the bench press can be difficult to grind with, Penna doesn't find it so difficult. He's had 15-second bench presses. 175 for Ashton. So let's talk about this. Ashton, coming into the event, suffered a bicep tear. Obviously did not hamper him at all in the squat. Had a huge squat, breaking the world record. But in the bench press, expecting this to take a hit.
Is that on top of it? I thought he had a pec injury previously. Has he hurt his bicep too?
What's that? Sorry.
I thought he had a pec injury.
It was a bicep tear, that's right, yeah. Right. So he had said it's probably going to hamper him on this bench press.
Yeah, I would think so. And possibly as well on deadlift.
410.
A lot of pressure there.
410 is previous bench PR. Opening with 175. Likely to finish off around 190-ish.
Yeah, so he's done the right thing, hasn't he? He's gone in really light. He's got one in. He knows where he is now.
177.5 for Jurgens. This is a pretty big opener for Jurgens, but he's really been working on his bench press. Back at the World Championship, open with 172.5, or 5 kilos over that. Might we see a 5 kilo jump from the total?
I think so. And that opener's been sliding up. 165, 167.5, 172.5, 175. So his bench has been moving really well.
He said, look, I'm never going to be the biggest bencher of the pack, but I just need to add those kilos to the total here.
But we didn't expect him to miss his third squat, and we also didn't expect him to have to weigh in twice.
Which is interesting, and I'm wondering that weighing in twice might have a backstory with him missing that third squat. If he isn't 100%, he was hitting a lot of big lifts in prep, but we don't know his body weight, and previously that wasn't an issue, if I'm honest.
But now he's found the value of eating food.
Right. Well documented. Ade Omasakin, 180 kilos.
Opening 2.5 kilos lighter than he did in Malta at the Western Euros when he put up the world record total.
Isn't that interesting? Ade missed his third squat. Did they have the conversation in the back? I'm not feeling 100%. Let's go lighter on bench.
Maybe.
You know, in the battle of the 83s, I'm not sure this is how everybody thought it was going to go.
No, I don't think so at all.
190 for Austin Perkins. Austin left the squat event with 323, and that is a massive squat in the 83 kilo class, let alone for a 74.
Big opener for him.
Makes easy work of it, though. You know, it's funny. Back in the day, bench was one of his weaker events. I don't think Austin has a weak event at this point.
Highest ranked lifter in the IPF, highest ranked tested lifter in the world. I don't think he does have a bad lift.
Shell Backlund, 190 kilos for his opening bench.
Now this will be interesting. How much is the cut taken off his bench press?
Shell, a bit of an anomaly in terms of the lifts. A lot of people have a big deadlift, and usually that means the bench press isn't your strongest event, but Shell actually covers the most ground in the bench and the deadlift. And the squat, while very strong, is his weaker lift in comparison. 190 for an opener in the 66 kilo class is monstrous.
It's not far off where he'd open in the 74s, to be honest. Hope this hasn't been a miscalculation. He's got a very experienced coach there, Coach Arneson. And of course, he's been around a while. You know, he's been champion many times. He knows his stuff.
that looked relatively smooth to me, Joe.
It did. It did.
And that's trouble.
Now he's got a yellow card. Interesting. I wonder if we're going to get a side replay. Because when you lose a lot of weight, the chances are you haven't got as much butt as you used to have. So it's a concern whether or not it's going to come off. But 2-1's good enough. Looks like that's not going to be overturned.
192.5 for Russell Orhe. And Russell, in prep, has had a phenomenal bench training. 195 is previous personal best, opening just 2.5 kilos shy of that. He hit a huge squat with 338 in the squat event. If he keeps this momentum, his total is building at a rapid pace.
But Ryan, that 195 he did in Helsingborg, I think, back in 2019. And he's done some 190s and 192s since then.
Well, he finished the World Championships with 187.5, and he's opening with 192.5. What does that tell you? That's trouble.
We
That's
have
trouble.
got peak performance Russell Orhe here tonight.
If you thought Lithuania is where the story ended, think again. He went back to training with a vengeance. 5 kilos over his bench press results from the World Championships he's opening with.
He's undoubtedly been in the best shape we've seen him internationally for a long time.
And it might be the best we see of any 83 in history. Gustav Hedlund, 205. The returning Sheffield champion and the reigning 93 kilo world champion. He's being pressed by Emil. Great battle here in the 83s, great battle in the 93s.
Super easy. Super easy. We might see 220 from him. Not for his second, obviously.
He's confident, as he should be, pacing for a personal best, but he's going to need it because Emil Krastev is hot on his heels.
And he's got a big bench.
Emil has faced Gustav at the World Championships and defeated him head-to-head. He's more than capable. Can he live up here at Sheffield? 227.5 for his opener.
He takes big jumps too.
At the World Championships, he opened with 225 and finished just an inch away from the world title. He's opening bigger than that today. He's applying pressure on Gustav. What do you think, Joe?
That was really odd. Did it stick to his singlet and it came up? I couldn't quite make out what happened there. I glanced away from the screen and looked back and I couldn't quite make out what I was seeing.
If he comes up and said, I think it's stuck to my singlet, that's an excuse I haven't heard yet, and I'll use it myself if I ever get one back on me. Jesus Oliveras, 255 for his opening bench press. A lot of talk has come of Jesus' body weight. Body weight impacts that bench press. Let's see what happens.
He doesn't seem to have moved very far since Worlds, though. It's a little bit down from where he was at the last Sheffield. Opened with this at the last Sheffield, but then didn't get any other bench in.
You know, we talk about his body weight, but Sheffield 2023, 178 kilos, and that's when he did 1152.5. So the body weight stays consistent with that.
It's pretty much identical.
Right. Bench moved well.
Good. Big sink and a big push.
And one thing body weight doesn't affect that much anyways for the big men is the deadlift.
I wondered if he was going to get called for heaving. But 2-1's good enough. Heaving is where you sink in and then you use your hips to throw the bar into the air, which I think some of the ladies that are overcoming the bench depth rule are skirting with the heaving rule.
Huáscar Carpio, 145. This will equal his personal best. Lost a little bit of ground in the squat event. It looks like he's trying to pick it up in the bench press. 137.5 moved well. If he could equal his personal best on second and surpass that on third, he might gain the ground he lost in the squat event. Oh, pardon me, his personal best is 148, so we'd be 3 kilos below that. Still possibly pacing to hit a PR. Same second attempt as the World Championships.
Seems to be pretty consistent with his attempt selection. Wow, that was tough.
Is there? Let's see the lights. All three whites. That is a good.
Yeah, I'm anticipating the same third attempt as Worlds as 147.5.
It looks to me like he's right up against his top end of strength. Gonna have to hit it really hard to get 147.5 today, I think.
Kasim San, 155 loaded. And Joe, Kasim San pacing for an all-time best day. This is going to equal his personal best.
Yeah, he's casually coming out, looking quite relaxed and putting up massive numbers. He did miss that third squat, which is going to impact him, but he's currently projected in third place.
He didn't touch this weight until his third attempt at the World Championships.
Probably won't get too much more than that.
No, I think 2.5 kilos might be right there. And talk about a jump. Penna looking to cover some ground with 175. 10 kilo jump in the 66 kilo class in the bench press. That's huge. It's the same second attempt as he hit as a 69 kilo lifter.
74. This is what he finished up with at the World Championships.
It's capable.
Oh, absolutely.
There's sticking points, but he's not. Nope, weighs it off.
It's not going. But he didn't spend 15 seconds grinding it. He's conserved a bit of energy. He might be able to come out and hit that really hard for his third.
You know, hats off for Penna. Either way, it was a last-minute call to get on the roster. Penna answers that call, loading up the big weight. And 180 for Ashton Rauska.
Long way down on his best for reasons that we've already talked about.
And this is to be expected. Massive squat. Likely to have an absolutely massive, likely world record attempt on the deadlift. And go conservative on the bench press. Still might see that total world record.
Helicoptering a little bit, probably because of that damaged pec.
Right. And yeah, he's cutting it, and I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. No point getting injured just before you go out to do your deadlift.
No, very good call here. Ashton, a seasoned veteran. Let's take a look at this replay. Look at that. Yeah. Locking out that right side.
On his side, isn't he?
That was problematic. Ade Omasakin, 187.5. He's previously hit 192.5. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Weighed in at 82.5.
Now his world total record breaking performance, he did 305, which is squat, which is exactly the same as here, and 192.5 on bench. But we know just the world records are not going to be good enough today.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, he's pacing for his previous performance around 861, at least in the squat and the bench press event. But judging by Russell Orhi's performance, he's well beyond that today.
He really is. Russ is projected right now at 848.
Jurans Kingamu, 187.5. Jurans' previous personal best is 185. He said he's been working on his bench press.
He's been working on everything. Got more in his deadlift than anyone's seen so far.
Oh, the improvement on Jurans' deadlift. This is not over.
Nice. That's a PB for Jurans.
So while he lost some kilos in the squat event, he regains it on the bench, and his deadlift in his prep, we've never seen him so good. Shell Becklin, 190 kilos, 95, sorry. 5 kilo jump from his opener.
His face is filling out. He must be recomping as the competition goes on.
Yep.
It's not looking as gaunt as he did.
Shell, operating in the 66s, has competed in broken world records as an 83.
Had a lot of success as an 83 in equipped. And a lot more success as a 74 in equipped. And then he'd won everything he could possibly win over there, so he's back over here with the classic.
A living legend. Looking to add one more title to his resume.
Oh. Asked to replace the bar. Elbows.
There'll be 7 seconds remaining, I'm afraid.
I can't see the clock, but I think he's going to time out.
Time out, I'm sorry to say.
And he just timed out.
Yeah. And this is the reason you need to have a decently short setup. Get out there and get it done. Because if you are asked to replace the bar, there's no time to do anything about it. I was just getting clarification as to.
Yeah, they're having some conversations here. I can't read the lips, but there's definitely looks like there's some possible discussion on the rack height.
I think Chell wants another attempt, but I don't think he'll get it.
We'll see. If it was anything in terms of the rack height, etc., he might get it, but we'll keep you updated.
The unfortunate thing now is he didn't get to feel the weight in his hands, and he doesn't know how heavy that's going to be for him.
Austin Perkins waiting in the wings for 200 kilos.
Thank you, that's worked now. So 200 on the bar for Austin Perkins, USA. Orhi and Headlands to get ready. The bar is loaded for Austin.
This will equal his previous personal best. Austin, with his deadlift opener, will already be at 828 and 836. Won him the world championship. Yeah, he's got more, Joe.
He has.
Handled that 10 kilo jump with ease. Whoa.
I've never seen a man go so high. Quite impressive. 200 remains on the bar for Russell Orhi. Also
And 200 kilos stays on the bar for Russell Orhi.
For Russell Orhi, USA.
World silver medalist Russell heard all of the chatter online when he took his loss at the World Championships. Wanted redemption, and looks like he's pacing himself for it here today, but he needs more kilos.
He does, but he's never hit 200 in competition before. And usually his competition bench is significantly down on his bench at home, but he's so strong today.
If you're comparing performances, again, 187 at Worlds, we are so far beyond that. Talk about silencing the naysayers. Oh, they're going to be quiet now, aren't they, Joe?
He has. He has absolutely answered
They're
all
going to be
these
quiet
critics
now.
today. All the critics about he won't squat to depth, he won't be able to take his bench training, bench numbers to the platform. He's doing it all.
So many critics saying he isn't improving, he's gone stagnant, he won't meet the standard. All hush. It's Gustav Hedlund ready to approach 215.
Bars loaded, 250 kilos for Gustav Hedlund of Sweden.
This is top weight at the last Sheffield.
Once again, the Swedish phrase you're looking for is coming in.
Missed 217.5 at Worlds.
This is a big bench for Gustav, and previously had some issues upper body going into the World Championships, he told me. 215 will give an indication if those have cleared up.
Looks like they have.
And Gustav pulls ahead in the squat event. And Emil gaining ground in the bench press. All this to be expected. It's going to come down to the final deadlift, just like it did at the World Championships. So far, neither one of these men have missed. 235 for Emil Krastev of Bulgaria.
235 kilos for Emil Krastev, Bulgaria.
237.5 was his previous personal best.
I think he's been into the 240s in training though.
Toe to toe in the 93 kilo class. Neither one of them missing.
Emil, 3 white lights, 265 on the bar.
Yeah, Emil 2.5 kilos ahead at this point.
Of the USA, Carpio and Senemo get ready as we move into the third round of bench after Jesus.
Jesus Oliveras, 265 for his second attempt, 10 kilo jump. Made relatively easy work at 255.
And when he had all the trouble at the last Sheffield on his bench, he took a 20 kilo jump and then couldn't hit it. So this is a smart move. Go up 10, this should go.
And 272.5 being his previous personal best. If he hits this with authority, we're right there and we might see a PR attempt. I think we're going to see it loaded.
I think we are.
Over 600 pounds is going to be loaded.
I think that was a lot cleaner than his opener too.
Yeah, he's got the pep in his step right back, doesn't he? And his deadlift training, it's gone well leading into this.
Okay, 147.5 on the bar for Waskar Carpio.
147.5 for Waskar. I think it's a good call. 145 was tough.
Yeah, it was. I don't think there'd be any benefit in going up 5.
Bar is loaded. 147.5 kilos for Waskar Carpio. Senemo, Taranidis, get ready. Loaded for Waskar. Don't worry, Ashton, there's probably still be back in the net.
I think this is a marginal attempt. His second was hard. but he's got nowhere else to go. You might as well have a go at it. As long as you don't use up a huge amount of energy fighting with it, if it's not going, bail.
It'll also be a personal best for Waskar if he can hit this. And he's a grinder.
He is. He had a really good go at that.
Not for a lack of trying. Still able to tie his personal best and possibly go for the world record deadlift. Kasim San, 157.5. Speaking of personal best, this will be the biggest bench of his career should he hit this.
We've seen a lot more consistency amongst the men this year than we did amongst the women.
Yeah, it's one thing to come in with the game plan. It's another thing to have to adjust on the fly, and it speaks to the lifters as well as their coaching staff. Oh, the brakes came on, Joe.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but he got his 155, so he didn't leave any kilos behind.
As far as subtotals go, he's still got a personal best. And Kasim San, we all said we didn't see the biggest of deadlifts he had in his back pocket at Worlds.
Yeah,
he did
absolutely.
just enough to win, and we might see it here today. Penna retaking 175.
What do you think, Ryan? If he can get this, it's going to take him a while.
Penna listed as an alternate, and he said, I believe in my heart I'm going to be lifting at Sheffield. So we prep for this, and he's ready. 175 loaded on the bar for him. And if ever you have a believer, it's Penna.
Got the support of the crowd.
Chanting Penna, trying to will him. Oh my goodness! Oh! The brakes came on.
I thought he was going to be able to use the energy of the crowd there to get that up. Everyone was behind him.
Not from a lack of trying. Penna always willing to empty the tank for the crowd. Jerins Kingamu, look at, if we're giving respect to Russell for the hard work he's done for his bench press, Jerins deserves the same praise.
Absolutely.
190. .5 kilo jump from his second attempt. But coming into this, 185 was his previous personal best. So solid gain in his prep. Oh, just that lockout.
Close.
Not quite the day he's looking for. 2 for 3 in squat, 2 for 3 in bench. And I gotta ask afterwards, what happened with that weight cut? It is not like Jerns to have to weigh in twice. 192.5 for Ade Omasakin.
You know, but a subtotal Jerns is 5 kilos ahead of where he was at Worlds last year.
Still pacing for a big total. Is it enough given today, though, with guys like Ade and Russell?
Not when Rusty's having himself a day.
At a 5 kilo jump, 187.5. Move decent for him. This will equal the bench he got when he set the world record, of course. Russell or he.
Now, you know, if he came in at subtotal with the same as he got when he got the total world record, I'll be happy because I know he's got a lot more on his deadlift.
You know, the UK fans are hoping so.
But he's not getting it. So he's, unfortunately, I think he's left too much behind now. So even if he can make an absolutely phenomenally huge deadlift, I think there's too much ground to cover.
He almost looked surprised and shocked as he left the platform, smiling to himself like, what is happening here? 195 for Shell. That second attempt, obviously he didn't really take it. It's a miss, but it's a miss with the caveat.
Yeah, so he hasn't used up the energy, and he's going to get out there really quickly now. He's got a habitual slow walk to the platform, but it's time to get out there, get it in your hands, and lock your elbows out.
Well, he made sure before he left the platform to understand exactly what the infraction was. He knows what he needs to do to make the adjustment.
And the last time as well, he spent a moment adjusting his blocks. So he's straight out there now, he's got loads of time.
A veteran like him, this isn't going to rattle him. There it is. There it is. That's how champions do it.
Fantastic stuff from Shell.
Redemption. One attempt away for Shell. As 202.5 is loaded for Russell Orhe, I think this is the proper call. 200 kilos was stiff work. To be honest, the way things are shaking up, he probably doesn't even need the 2.5 kilos right now in bench, but you might as well scrap for him because, as you said, Ade's deadlift is a weapon with question marks around it. I wonder how big it's going to be. The prep has been fantastic.
It has been. I'm not going to say a number, but I think it's going to be a long way ahead of what he did in Malta. But look, Russ has pulled ahead now. He's going to be really hard to catch from the other 83s.
Russell, so many big performances, and looks like he's unpacking his biggest performance yet, on the biggest stage yet. The UK crowd, obviously, cheering for Ade, cheering for Journs. It's bittersweet here in Sheffield.
And another one goes on the board for Russell Orhe.
And Russell looking unstoppable here today.
Absolutely.
6 for 6. Answering the call.
No bounce this time, I'm sorry to say. 2:05 on the bar for Austin Perkins, USA.
And it's nice to see a couple of lifters get their third in. Haven't seen too much of that.
205 for Austin Perkins.
Now, if he gets this will tip him over on projections, tip him over the world record total. Second man after Kjell Backlund to go past the world record. Obviously still have to deadlift.
Oh, little down up, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there was some up and down anyway.
Leaves with the, he's motioning, I think he lost his foot balance. Not sure, or maybe he's motioning the bar path got away from him.
Maybe so.
Gustav Hedlund, 220 kilos, and Gustav is going to need these 5 kilos, as you see right behind him, Emil, figuratively and literally. Quite the 93 kilo battle. Neither man has missed yet. In the projected, just 7.5 kilos separate them, and a lot can happen in the deadlifts. It's very tight. He needs it, Joe.
And he's got it.
And it's there. In a battle of the 93s, the returning champion is not blinking, and he's hyped.
And he bounces that pressure straight back at Emil now. I've done mine, you get out there and you do your 240.
The ball has been volleyed back over the net into Emil's side. Can Emil Krastev grab 5 more kilos? What a race as these men jog side by side to the finish line.
So that forecast is if Emil makes this lift.
And Gustav with a monster deadlift. He's got to cover some ground. Emil needs this to keep the pressure and force Gustav to load up more than he can handle on the deadlift. Talk about living up to the hype.
And no, so it's neck and neck again.
It's still neck and neck. It's still anybody's battle.
We are loading up 272.5 kilos.
And there it is, 601 pounds, 272.5. How often do you see a 600-pound bench press? Jesus Oliveras.
Part of his incredible performance at Sheffield 1. It'd be great to see him hit this again.
The way 265 moved?
Yeah.
I think it's there today.
All loaded, 272.5 kilos. Jesus.
Joey Flex giving some last-minute pointers. Jesus, a man on a mission. If we get a 1,000-pound squat and a 600-pound bench press, hey, I'll take it.
And we know his deadlift's up.
Might we get a 900-pound bench deadlift? Oh, it looks good to me, Joe. The judges agree.
It looks good to the referees.
272.5 for the strongest man in the world. And that will conclude the bench press event as we take a short break and return with the deadlifts, taking a quick peek at the bench standings. And no surprise here, Agata Shitko with 158, Carlina Tongatea in second, and Evie Corrigan in third. Agata pacing well for the overall as we peek at the men's side. Shell Becklin, also a heavy favorite for the overall.
Austin about to pop over the world record, though. He's about to hit 100.
And Russell Orhe, talk about an improvement on that man's bench press. 202.5 on a day that it appears as though Russell can't miss.
But there's nothing in it. If you look back at the next 4, there is only a fraction of a percentage point in it.
Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see how this all shakes up as we return with the deadlifts.
Hello and welcome. I am joined by Agata Shitko, returning Sheffield champion. How does it feel to be back now as the defending champion?
Feels amazing, and I feel like we're on our way to win Sheffield again, which is just like crazy to me, but
really great.
Amazing. And currently the only female lifter to be 6 for 6. How does it feel at the moment?
I mean, I'm honestly surprised. Last year, I feel like people were taking better attempts than this year. I don't know what caused it, but like, yeah, I guess we just learned our lessons and others didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had 1 world record bench in the first Sheffield, 3 in the second, 2 in this one. So overall, across all Sheffields, 3 world record benches successfully. How does it feel to hear that number?
As per last year, I'm a little bit disappointed with what I hit on bench. We were aiming to hit over 160, but like, I guess I was just lifting my butt in prep too much and it didn't pay off, as you can see. So hopefully we'll fix it and next year will be even better.
Amazing. And how are you feeling going into deadlifts?
Pretty strong. Deadlifts are moving well. I can't wait to see what I can pull on the platform.
I can't wait either. I'll let you get back to warm up. So thank you so much and congratulations, Agata.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Austin Perkins, first timer here at Sheffield. First of all, congratulations on that squat world record.
Thank you, thank you.
I want to ask, first of all, as one of the newer athletes to Sheffield, how did it feel the first time stepping onto that big platform?
Honestly, it felt like any other time. I know people probably get overstimulated by the crowd, but I feel like I just blocked that out. It's like, just focus. It's just you and the bar there, so that's all you need to get done.
Amazing. And you're pacing yourself really, really well currently. Projecting second. I know you're a bit bummed about that third bench, but you're putting yourself in a really good place. How are you feeling overall so far?
Feeling good. Job's not done. Just got to keep going. 3 more lifts, and that's all it is, man. I'm just going to do the best I can, make sure I stay in it, so that's all.
Absolutely. Got big hopes for deadlifts?
Really big hopes for deadlift. Maybe another world record. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to say too much, but we'll see.
See what you can treat us to.
Yeah.
I know you're eager to get back to warming up, so I don't want to hold you too long, but thank you so much. Okay. Good luck, and I hope you do well in the rest of the competition.
Thank you very much.
We're going to head into deadlifts
Powerlifting means strength, mentally and physically, and I think for anyone at any age and stage of powerlifting, it is so helpful, and strength is relative, so I think everyone can find a space in powerlifting.
It's helped to be a hard lesson in discipline and perseverance.
Powerlifting has made me appreciate the way I grew up.
Like, be the strongest version of myself and to kind of evolve as a person. The sport has been great to me. It's been a place where I got almost like a safe place. It's been a part of my life since I was 12 years old, so 13 years ago, almost 14 years ago. It's helped me build bonds like with the friends that I still talk to this day. It's how I met my wife.
Powerlifting has given me everything. I mean, if you look at my life, it's literally allowed me to live the life that I live.
It's lead me to find the thing that I can live my life.
More recently, it's given me a sense of community and really great friends to be around.
It was truly a sport that peels back the layers of who you are and will uncover the shortcuts that you took, if you took any.
I've sorted my entire life around powerlifting. It's a means to feel strong, to be confident, to find myself and find a skill that I can just pour everything into.
Powerlifting means a lot of me. It's part of my life because I'm fully dedicated for this sport.
I live for this sport. I work for this sport. It's my entire life and I really, really love it. So
powerlifting gave a meaning to my life. Before that, I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I really didn't know what to expect from life.
Powerlifting has changed my life drastically. I used to be a very, I would say, shy, socially anxious person.
I think that powerlifting for me means control, discipline.
My passion, it's my friend group, my closest friends.
I just love lifting stuff. Dead simple, just love lifting stuff.
One of the main reasons as to why I compete is because I like this thrill. I like this thing where your back is up against the wall. There's a date, and on that date you have to confront yourself to your absolute limits against other people that also confront themselves to their absolute limits, and that's what I want.
Found the community and how friendly and welcoming everyone is, and that's like what keeps me in it to this day.
I've always had a desire to get stronger and to separate myself from the rest of the pack to show that I belong along with the best of the best.
Setting a goal, following through with the goal, no matter how scary it feels, is what keeps me going, because that feeling creates this little sense of pride, which is hard to come by.
I want to show my son and my family members what it means to persevere.
I'm not doing it because I want to prove myself. I'm doing it because I want to keep improving.
It's that mindset of pushing. It's all about creating that legacy. Has that legacy been created? I don't think so. So I'm not there yet. When that's done, then I'll be satisfied.
There's always someone else to beat. There's always a next level. I love powerlifting. That's the thing that keeps me in it. So I look at powerlifting as a form of physical expression.
I love powerlifting in training right now. I love to train like squat, bench, deadlift.
There's just one word. I love it.
Being a competitor at the highest level it's fun. I mean, that's to me like why I train, is to get to do these types of things.
Right now, the biggest drive is to my family.
Becoming better all the time and just getting closer to my goal.
To show myself, I need to work more harder to win and be the first man of 93.
The presence of Sheffield makes it very difficult to stop competing in powerlifting.
To improve myself every day.
I just love the thrill of competing. I love being on the platform. I love hitting new PRs.
I want to display strength and I want to show myself strong. And by competing in powerlifting, that has been a very good way of showing my strength and getting recognition for being strong.
I want to show for myself and my kids what it takes to be the best.
I think just the desire to continue to be better.
I'd like to dedicate my performance to my partner and my family that has not only supported me, but thanks to my family, I am who I am today.
First and foremost, I'd like to dedicate my performance, give all the glory to God. And afterwards, I'd like to dedicate my performance to my beautiful wife.
My coach, Joey Flex, my boyfriend, Calvin Hugo, my family, my friends.
Past 3 years, I promised it to my grandfather because he is passed, and promised I will be the best.
I would like to give thanks to my whole support system that's helped get me to this point.
My loving partner back home, my wife, Saria.
I want to thank my mom. She's here with me.
My mom, because she's been super supportive throughout this. Our competitors as well, because they've kind of helped strive this forward, even if they don't realize.
I'm talking about Aaron, right? Just Aaron. To me, he's been brilliant. It's Joey that brought me to the sport. I can't thank that guy enough.
I would like to thank my wife, my family. I like to thank everyone, even the people that have maybe even doubted me. I think everything kind of leads up to where it needs to go.
Especially my coach, Mike Tushier. He's like a father for me.
Definitely wouldn't be able to travel for events like this without a lot of help from my family and my girls as well.
I would have to say everybody that supported me on this journey.
Of course, it's my coach, Pana, because he's here for the start.
Yeah, this one's for my dad.
I would like to thank my coach, who is a very dedicated person as well. I know he puts a lot of work and care to make sure that I am as strong as I can be.
I really want to thank my wife for everything she's done for me through this whole prep, because it's been really hard and I could never done it without her.
I'd like to thank my gym community, my Get Strength family. They have supported me so much.
I think the best person to thank is my partner Ryan. He's incredibly supportive.
I always thank my family and my partner, but they've been huge the last 6 months because where I'm trying to come back from, and they have believed in me the whole time, and they still believe in me.
This sport is everything to me. Before knowing this sport, I don't have any passion, any drive in life. It's the first thing that passionate me, and today it leads all the aspects of my life. So I really love this sport and the people of this sport. I think Stanley was a big reason why I kept pushing.
And we are back, taking a look at the standings as they rest right now. I got the shit go. Already, look at that beautiful total here, Joe. Living up to the hype.
Absolutely phenomenal. She's nearly at 2% of the world. In fact, she's, well, she hasn't done a deadlift yet. Actually, she's opening a world record deadlift. So that could go any number of ways.
And Evie Corrigan chasing that in second place with Carlina Tongatea so far in third. Sonita and Tiffany Chapon, of course, Turbo Tiff in the 47 kilo class as we take a peek at the men's standings. Shal Backlund, no surprise here, already upon his opening deadlift will be at 758. Austin Perkins, world's best lifter at 818 after his opening deadlift, and Emil Krastev.
Yeah, that's a big surprise for me. Emil Krastev right up in third, ahead of Russell Orhe.
A lot can happen in the deadlift event. Tiffany Chapon, 165. Jad Jacob up next, 170.
Now this is a very light opener for Jad.
I'm okay with it.
She's done 231.
Squat
231.5, yeah.
Squat wasn't where she wanted it to be, and I'm okay with this decision.
I'm just wondering if she's carrying some kind of injury to be opening so low. Typically opens at about 215.
That's a nice pull. Solidifies her total.
Might see her take a big jump now, otherwise she's under pressure from Bobby. Bobby opening heavier than Jad on deadlift, which is unheard of. And Bobby's deadlift has been coming on, but didn't expect her to be close.
175 for Bobby Butters.
192.5 kilos. 175 kilos, I'm sorry, for Bobby Butters.
Hit as much as 192.5 at the World Championships.
Little girl in the crowd came up to the booth. You asked her, who are you cheering for? And she said,
Bobby!
Bobby. Late call, but answering that call. And look at that. Makes easy work at 175.
She's such a great technical lifter.
Bobby Butters. 192.5 above Evie Corrigan now. Bavois, Scanlon.
Evie, 192.5 for her opening deadlift, and we are moving pretty quick here.
192.5 kilos for Evie Corrigan, and you
She can go as heavy as 210 historically. Let's see where she ends up today.
She's had the deadlift record a couple of times. It's currently back with Farhana Farid, Singapore lifter. 209.
Three white lights. Evie looks like she's got her confidence back.
Yeah, she did a little bit of a strut as she walked off the platform.
Leah Bavois, 197.5.
197.5 kilos for Leah Bavois.
Leah, so far today, 2 for 2 in squat, or sorry, 2 for 3 in squat, 2 for 3 in the bench press. But pacing still rather high. She hits this, her total is 529.
Now, she did have this record back last time she was at 63 in 2022. It's changed hands a couple of times since then, currently with Betty Abora, who is in the crowd. I just saw her.
Yeah, Leah's got a lot more where that came from.
Okay, that is 3 white lights and a good lift for Leah. 200 on the bar now.
Looking to answer back, Megan Scanlon with a 200 kilo deadlift, and not very often. Previously, I've said Megan is opening heavier than Leah Bavois on the deadlift.
And that big bench has meant she'll be 10 kilos ahead as well if she gets it.
Yeah, in the battle of the 63s, this deadlift will put her at 540. Leah right now at 529. Alba, should she hit her opening pull, 532.5. Smooth.
That's a good lift for Megan. 3 white lights.
Nice and easy, harbinger of things to come.
And talk about an improvement on that deadlift for Megan Scanlon. Previously a liability, now a weapon. Alba Ballstrom, 210 kilos for opening pull. And Alba, once she hits this, only 7.5 kilos behind Megan. Definitely close enough to pull ahead. Ain't over yet. A little bit tougher on the lockout.
Yeah, I don't think she's had the day she wanted, really. It was hard to know where she was going to come because she put up such a great total at Junior World and her training has gone so well, but it looks like she's not going to be able to fulfill that potential today.
She's still a junior. This is great experience. Either way this battle shakes up, Amanda Lawrence, 237.5.
And of course, who could forget her pulling 268.5 at last year's Sheffield? Amazing moment.
Amanda, chasing some PRs, because you know, as soon as this day's over, there's going to be a lot of talk about Agatha Shitko chasing her. At one point, Amanda had the biggest deadlift in IPF.
Easy work.
Yep, that's smooth for Amanda.
That is 3 white lights and a good lift for Amanda Lawrence.
30 kilos away from the world record.
On the bar is 240 kilos.
It's within reason to see those jumps.
Shitko, Schlatter, and Muller.
Carlina Tongatea 240 kilos being loaded for her opener.
Is loaded at 240 kilos for Carlina Holotea.
Carlina broke a world record in the squat. Missed her third attempt, but hasn't missed since then. And looks within reach of taking that total world record in the 76s.
Yeah, and it's no easy thing to take a record from Agata Shitko. How'd you read that, Ryan? A little bit tough at lockout.
I was about to ask you. It was a bit of work. We'll see what happens.
Came off the floor quickly, but it's the conventional deadlift, isn't it? You can get anything to your knees, but pulling it back into lockout, it's tough.
I'm not entirely sure how to read that one, if I'm honest. She's had a great day so far. It taxed her more than she had anticipated. We're going to find out. 249 for Agata Shitko. Opening with a deadlift world record. You know, it's funny. I remember Agata in one of her captions said, "Oh my goodness, I think I'm turning into a deadlift specialist." And look at this, opening with a deadlift world record.
And taking the total world record with her opening pull.
6:17 as soon as she pulls this.
It's more than Amanda's on right now. And she's 2 weight classes below.
Yeah, this is crazy. The rivalry between Agata and Amanda, considering they're 2 weight classes apart, this is crazy. And that was smooth.
That was brilliant. I mean, opening on a world record, we often say that's not the smartest thing to do, but when it's Agata Shitko.
How do you make this kind of improvement in a year?
Really
Same weight class.
She's built differently, she really is.
Brittany Schlater of Canada, 250 kilos. Unofficially went over the world record at Canadian Nationals. She's a huge puller.
250 kilos for Brittany Schlater of Canada.
And when she did hit 273.5 at Canadian Nationals, she opened with 250.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that right now Agata Shitko is in the lead over Amanda Lawrence. This is just...
That's crazy stuff.
Easy work.
Nice and easy there, nice and easy for Britt. Let's see the lights. They are white. It is a good
3 white lights, and Brittany leaves the platform. No major celebration. She knows there's a lot left there. As Sunita preps for 255 kilos. Sunita had some monster pulls in prep for Sheffield. She hits this, she's at 723 already.
That's a massive opener.
If she hits over 735, she's the strongest woman in history, regardless of any divisions, for powerlifting.
It came up really well, but work to do at the lockout.
2-2-1.
So were her knees not locked?
You know what? They didn't look too bad to me right there.
Yeah, it's hard. That's hard to tell from the front, isn't it? And that lockout could be shoulders not back, chest not up.
From the front, it looked good. You're right. The lockout's difficult to judge off the front, so I'm not on the sides. 172.5 for Turbo Tiff.
Is a total record. If she gets this, she's going to go 100.12.
And Turbo Tiff, should she hit this, will hit 434 and regain the world record from Jessica Espinal.
A establish herself back at the top of the 47 kilo class.
Yeah, Turbo Tiff, as competitive as she comes. 4 world titles in the Open as a junior. Doesn't like sharing records.
Now, she barely seemed to feel the way to the bar there. I wonder if that was just, I got it a bit wrong, I'm not going to mess it up, I'll come out and do it again.
I agree. 180 kilos now being loaded for Jad Jacob. 10 kilo jump from her opener.
So something is quite off. She was reasonably within a normal range on squat and bench, but this is 50 kilos below where we expected it to be on deadlift.
Whoa, talk about heart on Jad Jacob as she fights to get that 180, refusing to be denied. 3 white lights.
And everyone in the place was right behind her. That's beautiful.
A gritty performance by Jad. Heart of a lion. Take a look at this pull. Very sticky off the ground, but fights her way to lockout.
Gives her 457.5. But if Bobby gets her lift when she comes out, that'll give her 480.
185 for Bobby Butters. 10 kilo jump from her opener. What a performance by Bobby Butters.
Yeah, she's done great.
Last minute call here. That was snappy.
Yeah, her deadlift has come so far in the last couple of years.
How much more do you think she's got in her, Joe?
I think she might go for 192.5. 190 be safer, obviously, but she did 192.5 at Worlds. So maybe push the boat out.
202.5 for Evie Corrigan.
2.5 kilos for Evie Corrigan.
As the screen displays, if she hits this, moving temporarily into second, but take that with a grain of salt. A lot of more lifting left to go.
And only a handful of kilos away from the total world record. Currently 481, this will give her 477.5.
There's discussion about 500 kilos by her in the 52 kilo class. Not looking like it might happen today, but put a pin in that and we'll revisit it in the future. Locks it out. It's a little sticky above the knees.
Yeah, it was a pretty untidy. I'm not surprised she got a blue card for that, to be honest. I think she's right up against the limit now.
Yeah, it definitely slows as she gets it past the kneecaps. I think they're going to take a relatively conservative third attempt as Megan Scanlon loads 215. And Megan, the progress on her deadlift. She's been working with Kelly Mann of Australia, and the progress she's been making in her mid-30s. A mother, works full-time, and having that second wind in her career.
215 kilos for Megan Scanlon of USA.
It's inspirational.
So this will give her 555. The world record is at 557.5.
And Megan equaling her personal best on her second attempt. Let's see how it moves. And as you said, Carola Gara, 557.5. We're getting close. Megan might establish herself as the strongest 63 that ever lived here at Sheffield.
was some uncertainty around about the knee level there, but she came through.
I tell you what, it was difficult, but I think if she lowers 5 kilos, she might take the total world record from Carola Gara. And this is Carola Gara, no less. Multiple-time world champion in 2 different weight classes, in and out of equipment, world games champion. When you take a world record off an athlete like that, it says a lot. Speaking of multiple weight class world champions, legend in the making, Leah Bavois, 217.5.
We have her 63s lifted back to back. So Megan just got 555. This will give Leah 549. And if Alba gets hers, 542. So it's still really tight.
Yeah, you could definitely see Leah within 1 deadlift of surpassing Megan, because Megan had to work for that second attempt. Oh, it's going to be too close to call, Joe. It's going to be too close to call, and Leah likely to pull last.
I think Leah had a bit more in the tank than Megan too.
Oh, wow. The greatest battle the 63-kilo class has ever seen is unfolding. Alba Ballstrom, the junior world champion, 220.
So Megan leading the 63s, but she's also all the way up in second place right now, ahead of Evie.
Pay attention to the direct battles, pay attention to the overall. A lot going on here. Alba struggles, but gets it. 3 white lights and it's good.
So she's only 7 kilos behind Leah, who's 6 kilos behind Megan. Absolutely nothing in it. Whoever gets their final pull.
It's going to come down to the very last one. Carlina Tongatea, 252.5. The big question will be, who will pull last amongst the 63s? Alba or Leah?
Right now it's Leah, but we know that third attempt can change.
Yep.
Oh no, you're right, Alba.
Carlina, 12.5 kilo jump.
And this takes her over the total world record, and it'll take her up to second place.
Asserting herself with the biggest total her weight class has ever seen. Oh, she's a fighter.
That's really tough at lockout.
Those knees knocked, but she struggled and got it up. Obviously, not a whole lot more left in her, but retakes the 76-kilo class world record.
And that gives Agatha something to come back for, right? Take her total record back.
Amanda Lawrence, 255 kilos now for her second attempt. This will push her total to 630. And if Agatha hits her second, her total will be 628. Wow. Didn't think they'd be going toe-to-toe, 2 weight classes apart, but here we are. Amanda's got a big pull on her. She's got more, Joe.
I think she has. Has she got enough for the deadlift world record, though? That's a little bit up the road at 268.5. I'm not sure she can go all the way past.
And the overall world record, if you're wondering, 647 by Amanda Lawrence. Yeah, she'll be
she is going for the deadlift world record. We can see that attempted.
But below the overall world record. Sunita, 260.
She missed and she's gone up. How do you feel about that, Ryan?
I don't really like that, if I'm honest.
It makes me nervous.
It makes me altogether nervous.
No one wants to see a miss.
All the world records you hit go out the window if you don't have a total. That's not just records, it's money, it's a lot on the line
Gotta
here.
lock this out cleanly. I think it looks the same. I don't know.
Yeah, just don't go up if you don't hit. That's for sure. It hits. Wait with bated breath as the jury deliberates. Oh,
she's on the board.
It's very
wow.
close.
So I think that got her up to third place temporarily.
With her last lift at 249. She is going to kick that deadlift up the road.
260 kilos being loaded for Agata Shitko. Agata just making a mockery of these world records today.
This will get her close to 5% above the world record.
Agata said coming into this she would love 635. A lot of people thought that was overzealous. This will give her 628.
And she's done it. When she says she can do it, she delivers.
Absolutely phenomenal pull by Agata Shitko. 628 in the 69 kilo class.
Unbelievable.
It wasn't long ago, Carlina Tongatea being the first 76 to hit 600. Agata Shitko putting up 84 kilo numbers. Brittany Schlater, 265 loaded for her. Sizable 15 kilo jump for Brittany.
You wouldn't want to be pulling such a huge load, 3 lifts close together though. So I'm hoping this flies and we'll see that huge attempt go on the bar.
Now it's smooth. I think she's got a monster pull for her third and final.
I'll keep my eye on what she puts in for her final lift because I think it's going to be massive. Sunita's put the world record in at 270. Oh, excuse me, it's not, is it? It's the total world record.
Yeah, the deadlift world record's 273, and I'm wondering if Brittany takes a swing at that as Tiffany Chapon coming out to 172.5. And if she needed to get a little more intense, she definitely is now. We both thought her second attempt, she might have given up a little early. I don't think she's going to do so this time.
And this gets her all the way up to second place with everyone else still to lift, obviously, and that will change as we go through.
But there's a lot of missed lifts in these third rounds.
Yeah.
If she can hit, who knows where she might end up in the rankings.
Well, as a lifter, all you can do is get ahead and then challenge everyone else to come after you.
What a valiant effort by Turbo Tiff. Showing up a little under the weather. No, too much.
Unfortunately not. And I think that's where the illness and the fatigue really hits.
Showing a lot of heart, a gutsy performance by the world champion, and we'll see the rivalry continue between her and Jessica Espinal. Can't wait to see that one. Jacek up 185. 180 was a fight. 185, I'm sure, will be a fight as well.
Bars loaded. 185 kilos for Jacob.
Last pull of the day, time to leave it all on the platform. Well, you can't say she didn't try, but going nowhere.
But let's be honest, that 180 was a titanic pull and a great display of heart for Jad Jacob. No reason to hang her head. As Bobby Butters prepares 195.
But look at this. I thought she'd come out for 190, 192. The confidence of her to come out for a PB.
Bobby getting last minute notice she's on the roster and hitting weights as though she's been prepping this whole time. It's all will, it's all heart.
Well, she works hard in the gym, Bobby. She's constantly in there, always working hard on her strength and technique.
Yeah, like they say, stay ready and you don't have to get ready.
Give her a 490 total.
And what a final! Her face almost shocked. Where does the strength come from? It's there when you need it sometimes.
Almost like she wasn't expecting that to go.
Yeah.
Love to see the energy.
Putting on a show for the home crowd.
A total record for Evie Corrigan. If successful, this will pull her into second place at the moment.
Evie Corrigan now 207.5 with this final pull will end up temporarily in second place.
Wow, we've got some world records coming up here, Ryan. And look at this, both Agatha and Amanda are both taking 269.
Wow.
Talk about rivalry.
It's crazy.
But here's Evie. This gets her past the world record total.
She's hit more than this in prep. She is capable. It'll push her over the world record total. Little too much on the day.
Fortunately not. So she had a good chance at the podium there, but she finishes off. Podium is currently Agatha, Carlina, and Sunita.
220 loaded for Megan Scanlon. This will give her a 560 total over the world record of 557 held by Carola Gara, and temporarily in the lead for the battle of the 63s, and temporarily pushes her into second place overall.
This is huge.
This is a pivotal 5 kilos on her total. Historic in terms of her weight division. Massive in terms of overall. What a story if she can end up on that podium. Just at the knees, but she's refusing to give. And Megan, oh, just a lockout.
You know, I don't think that was quite going to go, but what a gutsy pull. Huge heart.
Megan finishes with 5:55. And now all eyes on Leah Babwa. Look how calm Leah is, though. Holy moly. 227 and a half.
That looks like confidence to me, Ryan.
This will put her up at 559 and over the total world record.
This gets her onto the podium with 6 lifters to go.
Leah Babwa, is it a triumphant return to the 63s? Does she reclaim the 63 kilo title, or throne, sorry? In the greatest battle this division has ever seen.
This will give her 5:59, putting her kilo and a half on Carola Garra's total world record.
If she pulls this off and ends up on the podium, what a rebound from Lithuania. 217.5 moved well. Oh, not today.
No, not going. So that leaves her with 5:49. So is this an opportunity now for Alba?
And for what it's worth, Alba, who will have the same total as Megan, actually weighed lighter. I realize this isn't like the Worlds, where they win on body weight, but for the battle of the 63s, and overall, it'll put her into second. Will a star emerge in the 63s? It's a big ask. 12.5 kilos over her second pull. Oh! Nope, knees locked early.
Afraid not. That was just a bit too much.
And these ladies leaving it all on the platform today.
But credit to her for coming out and giving it everything.
Only one of the lifters in the ladies division hit their third and final pull, and that's Bobby Butters so far.
Wow. We've seen a lot more successful lifts from the men this time, surprisingly.
Carlina, 255. In second and will stay in second, but increase that lead. See on the bottom for the score at 100.49% if she can hit this with 4 lifters left to go.
So don't forget that forecast on your left. That's if everyone makes their lift in this round.
Right.
Come on, Lena! Two attempts to take over. 2 attempts only.
Oh, what the heart? Look at the heart on Carlina. Wow. Talk about a fight to hit that third deadlift. 3 white lights. And that's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this.
Takes on the world record total, takes it back from Agata Shitko.
Phenomenal performance by Carlina Tongatea. Speaking of Agata Shitko, 269. This will give her 637.
There's been a change. I think Sunita's gone down. So Sunita's going to go first. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this will just push Sunita over the world record ever so slightly. 7:31. It'll put her at 7:35.5.
267.5. It'll give her that 735.5 total, which, if you're a fan of open powerlifting, the biggest total powerlifting's ever seen.
And it'll get her ahead of Carlina too. So she's struggled with the lockout.
Will she be the strongest woman in powerlifting history?
She's got it to the top.
It's at the top. She gets down command.
What do the referees think?
2-1, that's good. And Sonita Mulu at Sheffield does what Jesus did in the first Sheffield, the strongest woman in powerlifting history.
Yeah, 0.5 kilo ahead, more than anyone else has done in knee sleeves.
Agata, 269 for her final pull.
Most she's done in competition, classic or equipped, is 262. but there's no stopping her.
6:37 will be her total should she hit this, exceeding her own expectations of 6:35.
Can she go 9 for 9 for the second time at Sheffield?
A 106.17% of the world record. This is insane. Up to the knees, no.
No, she finally met a weight she couldn't lift, but you know what? She didn't need it today.
Still an absolutely fantastic 628 kilos for Agata Shiko, back-to-back Sheffield champion.
Absolutely incredible, and she walked off the platform looking disappointed. There's some standards there.
She's the only one. Amanda Lawrence now, the deadlift world record, 269.
Just a few kilos shy of her own total world record.
This is a pretty big jump from 255.
It is. She's currently on 630, only 2 kilos ahead of Agata. And this will move her a long way into the lead, and it'll get her another £5,000 bonus. In fact, her first one.
She looks determined. Wow. She's intense for this one. Fast off the ground, and Amanda Lawrence struggles to lock it out.
Still going though? I think she's done it. Oh, her shoulders.
It's so close.
I'm not sure. I'm not
so
sure.
Close. 2 to 1, it's
2
good.
2 to 1, a good lift.
And she gets some handshakes from the referees. Amanda Lawrence finishing her day with a world record deadlift in the 84 kilo class. 644 is her total. Look at that fight to lock it out.
She made it though.
And Brittany Schlater coming out to 273.5 for a world record deadlift in the 84 plus category.
I'd love to see her get this finish. She's been so close to deadlift world record so often, and then just as she's got there, it's been knocked up the road a little bit.
It'll also give her a personal best total of 716.
This is the exact weight she did at Canadian Nationals.
Will Brittany close the show for the women with the biggest deadlift? Oh wow, looked like there was more than time.
She has.
Almost leisurely. 3 white lights. Brittany pausing as if it was ever in doubt.
Absolutely fantastic, and she was not maxed out there.
What a way to cap off the women's side of Sheffield.
And we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen, because we have got 12 men who want
Yeah, she had kilos left in her as well.
in the world on this day at Sheffield.
But don't go anywhere. We're moving directly into the men's division with 59 kilo world champion Waskar Carpio, 242.5. Do we take a look at the packed house here?
Sold out really quickly for this year. I think it'll sell out even faster next year.
shuffled our referees for the final time. The weight on the bar is 242.5 kilos.
Waskar waiting in the wings.
So I think was he talking about the deadlift world record?
Waskar, the deadlift world record is definitely within reach if he's at his peak.
Doesn't seem to be having his best day today though.
You gotta hope he's fully replenished. If he could leave Sheffield with the world record, be a nice way to end the day. Whoa. Blink and you miss it.
We could be on. The deadlift world record is Derek Unghert for 275. He did that all the way back in Helsingborg. I remember the lift still. It was awesome. But that was super fast.
Judging by that opener, Nick Waskar might take a swing at it. Penna, 270.
At 270 kilos, and Panagiotis Tsanidis, Penna of France.
Penna's pulled 290 before. 270 is a very common opener for Penna.
Such a popular lifter, he always gives it his absolute all.
Yeah, absolutely. Hats off to these alternate lifters stepping up to the challenge and putting on a show for the crowd. Kasimsan opening with 300 kilos even.
Did you put that down? I had it in my mind that he was opening on the deadlift world record. I know Chell is. I'm not 100%. I can't quite remember.
Should he hit this? 7:15. 7:07.5 won him the World Championships in Lithuania. With this opener, he's already passed that. Coming into this event, 7:25 by Kyoto Ushiyama is the world record. On any other day where Shell isn't involved, Kasimsan would be having a historic performance.
Absolutely.
Oh wow, what a surprise here.
Now he's looking at his thumb. I hope he hasn't torn that too badly. It looked like he's torn the skin on his thumb.
Uh-oh. And that's alarming.
It is, because when you wrap around hook grip and it springs out of your hands like that, it can do a lot of damage against the inner part of your thumb.
305 for Austin Perkins.
That might change everything if Kasimsan has hurt his hand.
As soon as Austin hits this, he has a 828.
Super easy.
And he does it with ease. I give you that because 836 won him the world title. And it lets you know how he's pacing.
Once again, Ali, I'm sorry. Thank you. And we are loading up. Actually, this is a good reason to be cleaning the bar.
Shell, 308, opening with the world record. As a 74, he's gone into the 340s. We'll have to see where his deadlift is as of 66.
Well, we know he's done 340 in the 74s. But what can he do here? Current record held by a junior who's done at Junior Worlds last year.
This will solidify Shell in first place. 760.5 kilo total once he hits this as a 66. Let that sink in. It's his opener.
So that's 35 kilos on the world record right there.
Wow, Joe, let me get your opinion on that.
he does have this significantly. It always looks a little bit unlocked from one side and absolutely spot on from the other side, but that is a classic textbook Chel Bacalund deadlift. And he will not be caught at this point.
Russell Orhe, 310 kilo for its opening pull. 850.5 total. That's over the world record on just his opener.
A fairly standard kind of opener for Russ.
Russell has pulled 340 in the 83 kilo class. Judging, wow, okay. I mean, he's just solidifying his total, keeping those world records in place. I was gonna say, judging by his squat improvement, judging by his bench improvement, if his deadlift has improved along those lines, he's got a lot more than that.
He definitely looks like he's got much more. He looks like he's just managed to bring everything together and have himself the perfect day just when it matters.
Jurans Kingamu, 327.5, and a lot of people were shocked and rattled at his deadlift strength at the World Championships to clinch the title. In prep for Sheffield, it looked like he made improvements even upon that.
Yeah, I was expecting a big deadlift from Jurans today, but wasn't expecting him to miss his squat, wasn't expecting him to struggle with his weight.
Let's see how this all impacts his deadlift. Pulled 350 in Lithuania.
And it was an easy 350 too.
As a smooth opener. So far, so good in the deadlift event.
335 Emil Krasnov of Bulgaria now. Hedlund and Olisakin to follow.
Emil Krasnov, 335.
And it really is nip and tuck with the 93 kilo lifters.
35 kilos for Emil.
And you see the battle of the 93s ever so close between Gustav Hedlund and Emil. Once they hit their openers, just 2.5 kilos separate them. Smooth opener for Emil.
Nice and easy, gives him somewhere to move up to.
Yeah, it seems relatively indifferent. As Gustav Hedlund takes 335 and looks to answer. A little bit surprised, Emil and Gustav opening the exact same. Historically speaking, Gustav's got a bigger deadlift. Again, it's not where you start, it's where you end. Gustav looking to pull ahead, and he does right there by 2.5 kilos, and likely pace himself to maintain that lead right to the finish line if everything goes to script for the Swedes.
I think out of the two of them, Gustav's was the easier, was the faster.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
There's some big deadlifters coming up.
It seems like a sensible plan given Gustav has the higher lot number, and that's the advantage that lot numbers give you. Gustav just has to maintain the pace. And Ade Omasakan, 340.
Now, another lifter that hasn't had the day he wanted, but he should be able to make up some ground on deadlift.
He's a monster. Oh my goodness. He's a monster puller.
I'd expect to see him take a big jump now. Maybe 355. Maybe more, maybe 360.
He's got to start taking some big chances.
Round 2 begins after Olivares.
Ashton Rouska, 340 kilos for his opening pull.
Ashton Rouska, USA.
And let's hope that little tweak to his pec isn't affecting his deadlift.
Ashton, despite coming in with an upper body injury, still might manage to push that world record. That was easy, Joe.
It was. I mean, he's a 380 puller. We'd expect 340 to move well.
385 now for Jesus Olivares. Last lift in round 1. Then we go to the top with Carpio and Taladini.
385 now being loaded for Jesus Olivares.
Now, he lost his deadlift world record to Tamer Samkaradze, the junior from Georgia. So I think he'll be very much wanting to take that back.
385 kilos for Jesus Olivares. USA.
And as it looks now, Shell, Perk, and Russell in the overall standings. And move fast. 3 white lights.
And a good win for Jesus. Next way on the bar as you're moving to round
Has a tendency to unlock a little bit at the top. But hopefully he can keep it clean and maybe even go for that world record on his next.
So in the battle of the 83s, Russ is pulling ahead and looking like, with 1 round of deads, closing in on the podium with Gustav Hedlund currently in 4th place. He might nudge ahead and bump Russ off. Pressure from everywhere as Wasker Carpio, 260 for his second attempt. And closing out the top 5 so far, Emil Krastev.
Just cleaning up the deadlift bar. A little bit of contamination on there.
Bars loaded. 260 kilos for Waskar Carpio, USA.
A reminder, the deadlift world record, 275. If he's gonna have any attempts on that on his third, he needs to make this convincing.
It's going to have to look easy for him to convince Matt Gary to put another 15 kilos on there.
Wow, and convincing it was, Joe.
It was. I'd give it him. I'd give him the attempt on his third, no problem.
We are loaded up 282.5 on the bar now.
275. Looks like it's within reach. Take a look at the slow-mo replay. Or just the replay, sorry. That was fast. That could pass for an opener.
That was really comfortable. I'll be surprised if I don't see it go on for his third.
282.5, so this will move
Yeah, there it goes.
Hannah into 8 if successful.
The bar is loaded.
And in the rematch with Kasim Sand, not even sure how to call it until Kasim Sand is registered a deadlift. We have direct battles, we have overall battles. Layered storylines here. Oh,
that was a tough break from the floor, but look at him go.
And Pana seemingly nudging his way up the rankings, but it doesn't look like he's got a lot left in the tank. Difficult to call because obviously he can grind, but we're getting close, Joe.
It's draining pulling a conventional deadlift that hard off the floor. Typically they break early and you struggle at lockout, but that looked hard. I think he's used up quite a bit of energy there.
Kasim Sand, 300 kilos even once again, missed it on his opener, but if he hits it, shoots himself right into the top 5 with an opportunity to gain more ground in his third and final.
Now this does match the best he's done in competition. So it's a bold move opening with that. Hopefully he's managed to sort his thumb out.
All the slipperiness is fully removed. We are compliant. So, Kasim Sand-Sedimon coming out for 300 kilos. Backlund will follow. Pro tip, Backlund's going for a record.
Just making sure the bar's in perfect condition.
Or he going for a record.
Yeah, if grip is an issue, you want that bar clean. Kasim Sand, this is all or nothing for the 66-kilo kingpin.
Currently in 12, this will move him up all the way to 5th.
Give him that down command.
Yeah, I think he's done it.
And there it is. Kasim Sand can breathe a sigh of relief.
10 kilos off the world record. Now, obviously, Chel's already gone past, but the percentages are based off what the records were before we started.
Which is why currently he rests in 5th place. Shell looking to pull 317.5.
They'll take him all the way up to 770.
106.21% of the world record. This will be the biggest record break we've ever seen on the men's side.
Yeah, it already was, and he's pushing it all the way up to 6.2%. I think Jesus, year 1, had 4.2. And he's not finished yet.
Yeah, you know what? So I was a stitch. Let's take a look at the replay here.
I understand it is.
It's the shoulders, I think.
It is. This is how he deadlifts. It's how he's built. You'll look at it from one side and it'll look perfect, and the other side, his shoulders will look forward.
You know what? Dead on, it's difficult.
Dead on, it looks fine, right?
The side looks questionable, but it was the center ref gave it to him. The side refs took it away.
Yeah.
320 for Austin Perkins, currently in 2nd place behind Shell. This will be a world record total once he hits this. Very little doubt he will.
Harder than I expected at the top. A little bit scrappy.
If I'm honest, I'll agree. Gives Austin Perkins 843. For a little bit of context, 845.5 won the 83-kilo world title. But we're well past that due to this young man, Russell Orhe. 330 will bring his total from 850.5 to 870.5. Move him from 3rd to 2nd. Russell looking to have a personal best performance here.
So yeah, moves ahead of Austin.
This is to point to 2nd place.
Can you imagine if Russell ends up in second place.
6 lifters to follow.
And he just might.
Yep. Russ is absolutely on fire today.
Russell is looking untouchable here at Sheffield 2025. He's got more in the tank there, Joe.
He has, yeah.
Look how smooth that second attempt was. His lifts have been flawless on the day.
It's easier to tell you which one's ours. What a time to be alive.
342.5 for Jurins Kingamu.
Jurins Kingamu.
This will give him 842.5 total, keeping him in 10th place overall. Jurins falling a little behind Russell at this point. Ade's on his heels. Well, Ade's actually slightly ahead. He's looking to pull ahead from Ade.
This is where it becomes really difficult to tell, because although Jurins' deadlift has been going really well, the fatigue of the competition really starts to tell now.
3 white lights.
So it's not just about how strong you are and what you're capable of, it's how much have you got left today, right now.
Emil Krastev is loaded 355 on the bar for
Emil Krastev, 355. This will give him 907.5. The world record as it stands coming into the event, 901 by Gavin Aiden. It'll move him into the top 5 overall. And what a battle the 93s are putting on.
That was a nice pull. And you better believe he's been doing some grip work.
You know what?
Oh, wow.
I was hesitant to say anything, Joe, because the lockout to me also, look, it's a 20-kilo jump.
Yeah, I made the mistake of looking away from the screen and watching the stage all the way out there, and it looked fine from a distance.
Again, the lockout, very difficult to judge on the front view, but it was a little bit sketchy, and I hesitated to give him congratulations as Gustav attempts 355. Bar stays the same. Gustav, should he hit this, moving into the top 3, the defending Sheffield champion might podium back-to-back. Still got another round of deadlifts to go, though. What an accomplishment that would be.
1% over the world record.
That was a lot smoother.
Yeah.
And Gustav enjoying his good work. 9-10.
357.5 on the bar for Ade Olisakin.
Nice smooth second attempt.
By Ruska and Olivares.
Ade Omisakin, 357.5. We knew Ade was going to be the biggest puller of the 83s.
Yeah.
Second round of polls, but he's looking to get himself into the top 5 with one more round to go.
This is bang on where I thought he'd be.
This will give him an 850 total.
But things haven't always gone so well, so... Missed his final squat, missed his final bench.
Oh, but the deadlift is there today, Joe.
Absolutely. And he's got a lot of room to move up there.
Quietly moving up the rankings.
Yeah.
We're loading up 367.5 kilos for Aston Ruska.
The possibility is still on the table.
This is appointed to 8th.
Yeah, I think he's got 15, 20 kilos on top of that.
The advantage obviously being the 3rd biggest puller in the pack. He's going to be able to see the weight he wants to load in 367.5 for Ashton.
That's nearly a 30 kilo jump.
Amongst those in the top 5, Ade's got the biggest deadlift. So if he's going to shake up the podium, he'll have the opportunity.
Still a little way off the total world record. And of course, I think his bench being down set him back a long way.
$27.5 kilo jump from his opener. If this moves well, he could take another huge jump and still get that total world record. Whoa, little bobble though.
Ooh, yeah.
And that's not gonna pass. You know, you had mentioned upper body injuries can impact the deadlift as well, and looks like it has.
That was unexpected though. His opener was really strong.
It moved well until the lockout at the very end. Uh-oh. 411.5. Jesus Oliveras looking for the biggest deadlift in IPF history in only the second round of pulls.
He wants back what's his. Tamer Samkaradzi's broken it a couple of times now. Nonso Chinye had a go at it from the juniors.
And this will shoot him into the top 5 with the run round of pulls left to go. These rankings shaking up with each and every deadlift. If he hits this, 11:39.
Well, let's see how this moves, see how much more he might have. But generally, we don't see him struggle with deadlifts. Generally, they're fast, and if he misses, it's on a technical miss.
Yep, pay attention to the lockout.
Oh, wow.
It was fast, but again, right at the lockout, he'll have another go at it.
Just seems to get away from him at the top.
Right there, yeah, it looks almost like he came up on his heels, his toes raised off the platform. The strength is there, the speed is there. If he can stabilize at the top, I think he might get this on his third attempt.
I think so, because the strength was no issue at all. It moves so quickly.
As promised, 275.5 for Huascar Carpio. World record deadlift.
Currently with Derek Owens from Canada.
This record, I believe, has stood for some considerable.
If he hits it, he'll finish off with a 637 kilo total.
It was set in 2019. So this is a venerable record. This is a 6-year-old record. If Waski can do this.
5 years this record has stood in powerlifting. That's forever.
It will only move to 11th. But walking out here with a world record is not to be sneezed at.
Not a bad way to finish the stage, Joe.
That would be fantastic. I know he's had it in his sights, and he's trained hard for it. And his 260 looked immaculate.
Yeah, if you would have told me that 260 was his opener, I would have believed you by the way it moved. And wow, is he waiting in the wings? If it feels long to you, imagine what it feels like to him when history awaits him. To take a 5-year standing record at Sheffield, no less.
75.5 kilos for a world record attempt. Huascar Carpio.
Here he comes.
I'd love to see him do this.
Nobody will talk about squat and bench press if you take this world record. And Huascar Carpio finishes his day in style with the biggest deadlift in 59 kilo history, 3 white lights.
Fantastic, a new world record for Waskar.
And that is how you close the show for your day, ladies and gentlemen.
USA. 287.5 on the bar now. Paliotis Talinides. Cinnamon, battle up, get ready.
We're getting to the pointy end now.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can't read body language, Waskar was happy.
Take a look at this final pull. Struggled throughout the day, but finishes strong. And I'll be honest, he might have had a kilo more in him.
I think he might have, yeah.
Panagiotis, 287.5. Currently in the top 10. Move himself into 9th. Move his total is 702.5. Up to his knees and shakes. Oh my goodness! How? But how?
And the crowd gets to their feet, but unfortunately it was not to be.
The heart on that young man.
The legend. But speaking of legends, ladies and gentlemen.
Penna thanking the crowd for their support as he exits the stage left. And Shell Backlund looking to retake 317.5. Shell well in the lead in first place. But this is for pride. Shell doesn't want to leave with just his opener in the deadlifts.
No, and he's strong enough for it. Just has to exaggerate the shoulders back.
This will move his total from 760.5 to 770. Last year, that'd be an inconceivable total for a 66. When Shell dropped into the weight class, all possibilities became open for conversation.
Why not break that record one more time?
Already the biggest record breaking in Sheffield history.
If he could just get those shoulders back. Much better, much better.
Yeah, I think that's it.
And that's how you close the show. Three white lights and the greatest performance we've seen at Sheffield. Shell has arrived.
Brilliant. I mean, he's been around a while. He's been and come back and done equipped and come back. But yeah, that is a fantastic performance.
We've never seen anybody break the total world record quite like Shell has today.
770. I mean, he did talk about 800, but I think 770 is incredible as it stands.
A good showman always leaves him wanting more. He'll be back. 318.5 for Kasim Sand. We'll move him temporarily, if nothing else, into second place. Currently in 6th.
And it'll give him 733.5, which would have been the world record, but for Shell Backlund.
733.5 is a big total in the 66 kilo class. Too much on the day. Finishes just outside the top 5.
715 total.
Austin Perkins now, 332.5. Currently in 4th. We'll move him into 2nd. Austin facing heavy opposition from the other lifters.
Principally from Russell Orhe, who is just absolutely steamrolling everyone today.
It is a fight to get onto that podium. Who would have thought it'd come down to the very last deadlift for Austin Perkins to make it onto the podium? He needs this.
Oh, he hasn't got it.
Shocking.
Wow. Austin Perkins finishes off the podium. I don't think anyone was expecting that.
However, 8:43, an absolutely fantastic total for a 74.
Yeah, no question, no question. He's a phenomenal athlete.
And how about Russell Orhe? Currently in second place, 342.5, can solidify that placing for everyone else who might try to take it from him coming afterwards.
Currently got an 870.5 total. This will give him an unbelievable 883.
883 kilo total for an 83.
That's 20 odd kilos on the world record.
Oh, and talk about flawless.
Well, let's see those lights.
Yeah, Joey Flex going to the jury. I gotta see a replay.
The only thing I can think of, did he beat the command?
I mean,
what's he going to get yellows for in deadlift?
I don't see the infraction personally. I didn't hear the command though.
I really don't know.
Last year,
he's still in second place.
2.5 kilo PB for Jorans. In comp, the bar is loaded.
But is he under pressure now from Gustav?
352.5 for Jorans. He's hit this before at Silent Worker in the summer of 2024. It'll move him into the top 5.
And the way his deadlifts have been moving, we were expecting this and more from him.
He'll finish with 852.5.
It's calling for quiet, but this is Sheffield. This is a noisy place.
Oh, endurance!
But look at T-pull.
Missed his final squat, missed his final bench, but hits that final deadlift and gets a round of applause from the crowd.
852.5 kilo total.
That's a personal best in this weight class for Jorans.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 lifts remaining. Everyone is a world record. 362.5 on the bar for
5 lifts remaining, and every single one of them is a world record.
Unbelievable.
That's how you know you're at Sheffield. 362.5 for Emil Krastev.
So this isn't the deadlift record, this is the total record. We've had a change. It's going to be Gustav.
360 for a total record for Gustav.
This will give him 9:15 for the total world record.
Nope, we have another
What's
change.
happening?
Looks like we have another change.
Okay, bar is loaded at 360 kilos for Gustav.
Nope, he's come
Right,
back
it is
out.
Gustav,
Okay.
he's just early to the platform.
$360, this will give him a 9:15 total. 9:01 was the world record coming into the event.
Nine for 9 for Gustav Hedlund.
And first to hit the percentage for the total, that is the world record, is the tie break, not the body weight. A reminder, this is Sheffield.
365 on the bar. This is a record attempt. Why would it not be, right? At this stage of the game.
365 for Emil Krastev.
And also an attempt to get that coveted.
And that is why Emil has to go over the world record,
With 4 lifters to follow.
which Gustav just said at 9:15. Forecasted place will be second.
At 365 kilos for Emil Krastev of Bulgaria.
No, that'll be.
This is a big ask for Emil, but why not have a go? Why not give it a try?
Oh, it's a huge pull, but does he get the shoulders back, Joe?
I think so. I think he got there in the end.
Oh, 2-1 it is.
2-1 is good enough. That is a good lift and a new world record
And
for
Emil
Emil
Krastev
Krastev.
nudges past Gustav Hedlund in the battle of the 93s and pushes himself up the rankings.
With only 3 lifts remaining.
Forecast into second with Emil in third. Now this is if everybody hits their final pulls.
Yeah.
Absolutely for sure. When you've got guys pulling stuff like this,
We could also have some attempt changes. Looks like the jury's discussing, and I think it's going to stay. Ashton, 375 for his final pull.
Give him a 930 total if he gets it, but we were surprised to see him miss his second. He was just all kinds of out of shape at the top.
So currently as it stands, Shell, Emil, and then Gustav.
Oh, it's a little bouncy. I'm going to wait for the referees.
Again, it's at the top. I don't think it's going to pass, if I'm honest. No. Great effort by Ashton, especially given the injuries he came in with. As we take a look at the replay here. Strong pull, but it's at lockout that the injuries reveal themselves. And Adeo Masakin,
look at this.
380.5. This will give him an 873 kilo total.
And it will take the deadlift world record from Enna Hossain. Hope you're watching, Enna. No, Ade's not at his best day.
It'll also nudge him.
Looks good.
It'll also nudge him past Russell Orhe in the battle of the 83s.
It will.
Can you believe? In the battle of 83s for total.
Yeah. So this takes the total world record back too.
What a finish to that battle if he could pull this off.
I mean, he's not done anything like this on the platform before. But he has been hitting massive numbers in training.
Oh my God!
Oh!
Wow!
Oh my word.
And that is about as close as you get. What a story that would have been.
He will absolutely have that the next time out. He'd done all the work, he got it to the top, and he just lost his balance.
Wow. Just that lockout, and here we are. Can't think of a better way to finish the day with the biggest deadlift of all time in IPF history.
It'd be great to see him smoke it.
It looked like he had his second. His toes came off the platform. He lost a little bit of balance, but the strength is there.
You know what to do, Sheffield. You do know what to do.
Here he comes, and the crowd chants Jesus.
He calls for the crowd and they respond. Takes into 11:39.
Oh, out of his hands, just at the knees.
That's a real shame. He was looking in great shape this year. So, what a result, Ryan.
Yeah, Shell Becklin took 2 attempts to weigh in, but 9 attempts to solidify himself as the Sheffield 2025 champion.
6.2% ahead of the total world record.
The biggest record break we've ever seen. Of course, Agatha Shitko on the women's side. 628 as a 69. We are living in the Agatha Shitko era. And look at this, Carlina Tongatea in the 76s taking second place, and Sonita rounding out the platform in the 84 plus.
But what a difference this year. Last year, 11 women broke the total world record. This year, 3.
Shell Backlund, 770, 106.21 percentage of the world record, making history there. And Emil Krastev and Gustav Hedlund, the battle of the 93s.
That was.
They pushed themselves right to the world record, above it and onto the podium here at Sheffield. And a story about Russell O'Ree, Austin Perkins. Wow.
Yeah, but Russell, he's ended up in 4th, which, you know, he'd want to be higher. But his performance today was superb. He was on such great form. And, yeah, no one expected Austin to be in 5th.
So many questions surrounded Russell O'Ree. I think he answered a lot of them. A bit of a surprise here with Austin Perkins, but great battles all around and a great showing by all these athletes. Until next time, and stick around, sorry, we do have the medal ceremonies, of course.
The Sheffield Powerlifting Championships are not just another meet. This is where records are shattered, where limits are tested, and where the champion of champions is crowned. It's different here. The stakes are higher. The crowd is louder. The pressure is greater. At Sheffield, it's not just about competing for a title. It's about etching your name into history. The names on this trophy are the ones who dared to rise above, and now their legacy lives on. Sheffield, where legends are made, records are broken. And now, your Sheffield 2025 champions. Well, in a minute, once we're rounded them up. I do like that guy's voice, by the way. We need to use it again.
Joe, as we wait for the athletes to make their way onto the platform, we have a couple seconds here to look back at some of these performances.
It's been a very different Sheffield, in my opinion. We've seen a lot bigger performances on the men's side and a lot more consistency on the men's side this time. Last year, 11 women broke the total world record, some phenomenal performances, 9 for 9 performances. It feels like it's been a bit reversed this year.
Yeah, as these records get pushed, and you have seen some new names, like obviously Agata Shitko really asserting herself when we're living in the Agata Shitko era. However, Megan Scanlon, despite being in her mid-30s, pushing back the charge of Alba Ballstrom. Megan finishing just off podium in 4th, Alba in 10th, and the return of Leah Bavois. Sunita Mulu with 7:28, ever so close.
Yeah, that was a big performance from Sunita. And I wonder if she'd just taken a little bit of a more conservative third squat, we might have seen that even higher again.
As we take a look back, I think she's going to look at that third squat. 313 moved well. Obviously, 700 pounds was that barrier that she might have reached today, and taking instead well above that for that third. And you think if she was just a stitch more conservative come the squat event.
Yeah, 320.5 would have got her the biggest squat in sleeves or wraps, but she took 325.5, and it just seemed just overreached just a tiny bit.
Also, Sunita, if she does a little bit of tidying up, the deadlift strength is there. It's just not the lockout. We'll see when she returns at the World Championships and
she has struggled. She got her last deadlift turned down in Malta for a poor lockout. But let's also take a moment to appreciate Brittany Schlater's 273.5 kilo deadlift. That's phenomenal, and it was not a max.
Yeah, great way to finish the day. Also, Brittany, of course, hitting 716. As we look at the men's standing, awaiting the lifters to hit the platform. Emil Krastev nudging past Gustav Hedlund in the battle of the 93s, and that battle of the 93s pushing themselves right onto the podium. We weren't entirely sure. Look, this is a surprise if we're honest.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole competition seemed to, obviously Chell was ahead, we accept that.
Right.
But the rest of them, the whole field seemed to jumble itself and change and develop the whole way through the competition.
The storyline coming in, if anybody could threaten Shell, it would be Austin Perkins. Not the script. Austin finishing in 5. Now, obviously, 5 at Sheffield, a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was above the world record too. He broke the total world record. He broke the squat world record. And that was only enough at Sheffield for 5th place. And I think most people had him 1 or 2 on the podium at least.
Jesus Oliveras attempting the biggest deadlift in IPF history, and with Sheffield and the emphasis on world records, if he wanted to be a little more tame in some of his attempts, maybe he would have rounded off to a bigger total, but entertaining the crowd and loading up.
But again, even though he finished off the podium, Russell Orhe, so impressive today. This is the Russell we've been looking for at the World Championships.
If we're honest as well, that last deadlift is going to be debated on social media.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We'll have to go and find out exactly what happened there. But 2 yellow cards on deadlift. I can only think he beat the command.
It had to have been, and with a crowd like this, difficult to hear those commands. Yeah. As we throw our attention to the platform, as we have the medal ceremony, this is the podium for the women's side.
Okay, we are ready, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go, presentation of the trophies.
Podium places in reverse order. So with 99.59% of the world record, your bronze medalist is Sunita Mulu, Belgium.
The strongest woman in the world, Sunita Mulu,
Trophy presented by Gaston Farage.
just shy of the world record.
By Ben Banks, SVP CEO.
Squatted 313, benched 155, deadlifted 260, 728 kilo total.
Phenomenal performance by Sunita.
99.59%. Position with 100.49% of the 76 kilo world record. All the way from New Zealand, it's Carlina Homotea!
And Carlina, surprising some perhaps, with a gutsy performance.
What a result for her. It's absolutely fantastic. And I think she has a redemption now from Lithuania.
616 kilo total.
So she's moved up from 9th to 7th, all the way up to 2nd. That's fantastic.
Climbs her way onto the podium.
First ever back-to-back Sheffield winner. It can only be one person. The Polish phenom, it is with 104.67% of the world record, Agata Shitko!
And Agata Shitko. Another phenomenal performance. When Sheffield was first conceived, not many thought we'd see back-to-back champions. In the 3rd year, we're already here.
She took the bench press world record, the deadlift world record, and smashed the total world record to tiny pieces. There is only one, Agata Shitko.
To say the words, Polska Górą, which means Poland to the heights. At least I hope I'm doing it right. My Polish isn't that good. Ladies,
and of course, as we look ahead, if Agata re-enters the 76 kilo class, a possibility for a three-peat. We'll have to leave that conversation for another date as we poise for the men's podium.
I'll just check if the boys are like, Bill. You know what boys are like.
And all of the top 5 broke the world record here today at Sheffield 2025.
That's the most world record breaks we've had at Sheffield. It's been 3 at Sheffield 1 and 3 at Sheffield 2. But some surprising results. People have missed where we expected them to hit and hit where we expected them to miss. Russell Orhe answers all his critics today.
And to a large extent, so is Shell. Look, Shell came in here with a lot of question marks. There was a lot of hype on Shell, and early on in the day when I found out he took 2 attempts to make weight, those question marks got a little bit bigger, didn't they? But by the end of the day, he has the biggest break we've ever seen in terms of the world record, extending by the greatest margin.
He's such a legend, though. He's been around for quite a while. He's won so many things in so many disciplines.
Already a Hall of Fame career. In 3rd place, Gustav Hedlund of Sweden. And while we give kudos to Agata being a repeat champion, hats off to Gustav Hedlund making the podium in back-to-back years. Also a feat that I think is going to be difficult to match.
Trophy presented by Gaston Parage, IPF President, and Ben Banks, CEO of SBD.
Also in the 93 kilo class with 101.
And Emil Krastev nudging past his arch rival Gustav Hedlund in the battle of the 93s and clinching that 2nd place finish here at Sheffield.
I think he's finally had a competition where he can lay down what he's capable of.
Missing his 2nd deadlift, going up 10 kilos and hitting.
Finally, to announce,
what a remarkable finish. And of course, the 2025 Sheffield champion on the men's side, Kjell Bækkelund of Norway. Living up to the hype.
Came and did what he said he was going to do.
In an era where everybody is labeled a GOAT, the GOAT Slayer emerges champion.
And I think that trophy's half as big as he is.
Well done, Kjell. Well done, guys. Absolute pleasure to watch you. Shell, we'll see you back in the 74s at the Euros.
So we'll see a quick rematch at the Europeans in March. Panna and Shell are both lifting in it, and Alexander Eriksson, so they'll be back at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as they follow our president.
As the men bask in the applause from the crowd. Many of those with VIP tickets will have the chance to meet these lifters.
So obviously Chell was amazing and Agatha is something else, but any other performances stand out to you as being your favourite performance of this Sheffield, outside of the two winners?
Amongst those that surprised me, Emil Krastev unseating Gustav Hedlund as the number one 93 in the world, at least temporarily, although it was a close battle. And of course, Russell Orhe reasserting himself as the number one 83 in the world.
I think Kasim Sand as well. Didn't have a great time, had a few unfortunate, rips his thumb. But I think his composure and abilities, I think we'll enjoy seeing that rematch again at Classic Worlds next year.
So that will conclude the 2025 Sheffield Championships from all of us here in Sheffield, UK. Thank you and good night.
Hello and welcome. The first ever two-time champion of Sheffield, and in a format that doesn't really favour people winning more than once. You've done very, very well to extend your own record even further. You said you had something big lined up for deadlifts, and you did. How are you feeling?
I know it's crazy to say, but I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed. I didn't really hit what I wanted. But it's not the day I wanted, but the day I got. I'm, of course, really, really happy that I won. And just these conflicting feelings. So I'm not sure yet how I feel about this performance.
It's got to settle in first, see how you feel. You did break 6 world records overall today. We had, I believe, the benches, we had the deadlifts and the totals multiple times. So, like you said, not quite the day you wanted, but I think a day that a lot of people would wish for any day of the week. What's next for you, do you feel?
I mean, I have something big on my mind. I don't want to say what it is, but stay tuned. I'm going to do something this year. So for now I can say that, of course, next thing is to win Worlds as a 69, so I can be the world champion in 2 different weight classes, and then we have the World Games. So these are the most important meets for me right now. And then hopefully Sheffield again.
Amazing. And, a little teaser there. You won't tell us yet, and we want to know, but we'll respect that. We'll let you keep your secrets. I want to ask a question I've wondered since last year. Are you going to celebrate with fried chicken this year?
No, we're going to eat pizza this time.
Changing it up. I like to see what builds champions. Well, Agatha, congratulations. First ever 2-time champion of Sheffield. Something that I think a lot of people didn't think was possible. But you keep proving us wrong, so congratulations.
We're already thinking about the 3rd one, so we'll see next year.
We love to hear that. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your 2025 men's Sheffield champion. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling after that? I know that there was a lot of talk coming into this, you know, about weight, about how you do coming down to the weight class. You know, how do you feel now? Do you feel like you've proven a point?
I think I've proven a point. It was a lot of pressure from everyone, right? And I delivered. I didn't do 800, but I'll just do that next year. No worries.
Amazing. I know that you've been talking about dominating the 66s for a long time now. Do you feel like with what you did today, increasing the record, you got 106, over 106%, do you feel like you made that stamp?
I think I made that statement today. And it wasn't the greatest day, and this is the first time for me weighing 66. So from now on, it will just be easier and easier, and I will be stronger and stronger.
So does that mean we expect you to stay there in the 66s?
100%.
Interesting. And so you talked about it was a little bit hard with the weight this morning, or, you know, getting down to 66. Do you feel like that affected you at all on the day today?
It did a lot, because I was 66 on the hotel scale, and then I got up here. I was 65 suddenly, and then they calibrated the weight, and I was suddenly 66.3. So that was a little weird, but yeah, I still made it. I need to do some walks and some spitting, and I was down.
Amazing. And how are you feeling now? You can say that you're officially, you know, the Sheffield champion.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
Amazing. How are you going to celebrate?
By eating pizza.
I thought you might say that. You and Agatha both, actually.
Yeah.
Incredible. So what feels like next for you?
Next will be Euros in 6-7 weeks, I think. So yeah, we'll just take it from there.
Absolutely incredible. Congratulations, Shell, and you very much earned it. I know that Matt Gary's going to be the first in your booth.
I hope so.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So that concludes Sheffield for this year.
And that moved well.
Breeze by Joey Flex, who had his hand up. Now he's too focused for that. No celebrating yet. 2 more attempts. And Jonathan Kaiko, reigning 93 kilo world champion, 93 kilo great, been in so many battles, podiumed at last year's Sheffield, returns once again, 285 for Jonathan.
He's got some support here in the crowd.
I saw Jonathan in the warm-up room. He looked like a boxer waiting to get called out into the ring. He's ready to fight.
Of course, we have 4 93 kilo lifters here today.
Jonathan, always in the midst of a meat grinder, that 93 kilo class, so talented. But that's the story of Jonathan, never an easy day in the office. But he never checks out early, mostly going 9 for 9. Wow, that was smooth.
It was deep, it was smooth, not super fast, but I think that looked great for his opener.
Kaiko at the world level, so consistent. And it's that consistency that pays off. But up next, Gustav Hedlund. Gustav, I remember him in 2018 as a junior world champion, out-totaling the Open. Very rare you saw that. We knew he was special on that day, and here he is all these years later, always a perennial contender, just inches away from upsetting Kaiko in 2021. Back and wants vengeance, opening with 300 kilos representing Sweden.
His training has been on fire recently. Hasn't had to travel too far.
30 seconds.
I talked to Alex Eriksson, his coach, and oh yeah, wow.
That was the easiest opening.
I was just about to say, they told me strongest he has ever been, and that is scary.
Yeah, he looks it. His best on the platform so far is 320, but I think we're going to see him way north of that.
And Gavin Eden, 305, the world record, 331. Now, we all know the story on Gavin Eden. Forever chasing that squat world record. He has hit it twice, only to have the jury take it away from him. Can he hit it again and solidify it this time?
Faced up to the crowd on his way to the platform.
Oh, he'll let you know he's in the house. He'll let you know he's about the squat.
He looks serious. Could this be the day that Gavin Aidin finally walks away with a squat world record?
The story on Gavin, if he ever goes 3 for 3 in squats, you better watch out. Can he do it? This opener is going to give us a bit of a measuring stick.
We know he's strong enough.
Oh, 305 moves, smooth for Gavin, and the depth is good.
3 white lights.
So he knows how deep. Dog is silencing the doubters, silencing. It's coming, it's coming. 3 white lights, he knows the depth he needs. Look at how intense,
Wow,
just
ice cold.
Wow, I got shivers.
I think he means business today.
Speaking of meaning business, Carlos Peterson Griffith, representing Guyana, opening at 310, also very close to that world record 331. Carlos, coming into this event, said he feels overlooked. He's gonna prove people wrong. His training, he showed me in the DMs, absolutely fantastic. Expect some surprises.
Well, I think we have a first surprise here. He's opening at 310. His best ever squat on the platform is 320.
Came in as a regional wild card.
He's going to have to work for it. I've seen Gavin Aidin put the world record in at 331.5.
And that was planned for Gavin. Oh my goodness.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
And there is the warning shot to the rest of the 93s. And Kaiko, 297.5, stays on the bar for him. Teammates. Kaiko, as focused as I've ever seen him this week. You know, some people you come, you say hello. Today, I seen him, and I knew he's so in his zone. I'll talk to you after, kind sir.
Absolutely.
Giving the don't approach me vibes. I'm in the zone, and that means he's ready to fight. Let's see how 297.5 moves. His best, 305.
But that was a couple of years ago now.
Let's see if he's pacing to turn back the clock.
Now it's a tough one. Would you give him another 7.5 now?
You know what? I talked to him. It was definitely work. 5 kilos was probably there.
Yeah,
302.5.
5 kilos would be safer.
The thing is, when it comes to Kaiko, he's so good at knowing how much he has in the tank. Again, his success rate so high. Has gone 9 for 9 so many times with international judging on top of that.
So we talk about his consistency, but of course that's the absolutely perfect attempt selection he's doing there.
Gustav Hedlund, 315. And Gustav made easy work at 300.
They've overturned Kaiko's lift.
Oh, wow. That's a surprise. And the crowd lets the jury know they're not in approval. And I didn't see any infractions myself.
He got 1 red for depth, I think. I think it was depth.
While that boosts the other 93s, Kaiko, who never misses on his second attempt. That is unheard of for Kaiko to miss a lift on his second.
I've seen him put 300 in for his third anyway, but...
Now if Kaiko misses his third, he's really far back. 315 for Gustav, and now the 93s have an opportunity here. Can Gustav take it?
Yeah, I think he can.
15 kilos barely slowed him down. 3 white lights, so the jury cannot intervene. They can only jump in if there's at least 1 red. Gustav slamming the door shut on the jury. And the battle of 93s just got a whole lot more interesting, didn't it, Joe?
And of course, that's exactly what you need to do, put it beyond all possible doubt. And here we have a man who has had this squat taken off him before.
331.5, Gavin Aidin forever chasing this squat world record, held by all-time great Anatoly Novopismani. Gavin wants to be amongst those greats, solidifying himself in history. Can he do it?
We know he's strong enough. We absolutely know he's strong enough to move the weight.
And he looks fired up.
With Kaiko missing, this opens the door for Gavin.
All these 93s have revenge on their mind. Sheffield 2024, this story is already unraveling different than we've ever seen it.
So previously he's missed the world record on his third, so he's decided he's going to take it on his second.
And I'll tell you what, I'm privy to some behind the scenes footage, and he should be good for this. It's on the line.
He's got it to the top, but what do the referees think? It's
3 white lights, and the jury cannot intervene this time. 3 white lights, and Gavin Aiden has finally done it. Finally done it.
Finally put it beyond all reasonable doubt.
Whoa! Letting everybody know it this time. He said he wanted it on his second. Some people thought it was foolhardy, and Gavin Aiden gets the last word. And what a turn of events with Keiko missing his second, Aiden hitting it, Gustav hitting.
But now,
Carlos Peterson Griffith wants that to be a short-lived record with 332.5, and the battle of the 93s already living up.
This would be incredible to come into this competition and take a world record from Gavin Aiden.
The plucky underdog, neither intimidated nor impressed by his adversaries, loading up the world record.
And that was no easy world record. That was Anatoly Novopismenyi's squat world record.
Yeah, it's not just anybody's world record. It's a fight! Oh my goodness! Whoa! See what the jury says.
They say it's good.
And hate it or love it, the underdog is on top. 3 white lights, and Carlos 7.5 overturned by the jury, going up 2.5 kilos from there. If he misses, he falls back 15 kilos, and the door really swings open for the other 93s.
He cannot afford to miss this.
If ever there was a do-or-die squat, this is it. But if ever you have a do-or-die lifter, it's Keiko. Keiko, always a fan favorite. As nice a guy as you're going to find. An impeccable resume.
This is the weight he's finished on at his last 4 competitions.
It's a consistent weight for him.
Just needs to sink it.
That looks good to me.
Better. Yeah.
That looks good to me.
I think so.
See if the 3 white lights, and the jury cannot intervene. Keiko breathes a sigh of relief. Back on pace. The battle is back on. Now, is that where he wanted to finish with 300? Because the other 93s are a little stronger.
Yeah, I think he would have wanted to put a few more kilos on that.
He will have the bench top headland. 315 was his second attempt. 320 his previous personal best. Like we said, Keiko, 5 kilos below his personal best. Gustav, 5 kilos over his personal best. What does that tell you, Joe? The fight is on should he hit this.
It really is.
And again, Gavin Aiden always chasing that world record. Hit it on his second attempt. The 93s, so close right now. On a day that Keiko's vulnerable, the other 93s seem to be leveling up. Let's see if Gustav can hit this.
If he can really challenge for the podium.
Oh, wow.
Great squat from Gustav.
3 white lights. Again, the jury cannot intervene. And that's clean lifting by Sweden's favorite son, Gustav Hedlund.
With Carlos Peterson Griffith, this is where we find out who's taking it home. We're loaded up.
Whoa, 337 by Gavin Aiden.
He's strong enough. We know he's strong enough. He needs to keep that focus, execute perfectly like he did in his second.
A lot of people stopping him, saying there's rumors you're going to go for the world record in your second attempt. Please, Gavin, exercise caution. Gavin throwing caution to the wind, attempting on his second. takes it. 3:37 for his third. Mr. Burn Your Ships has arrived, and if you smell the smoke, it's already too late.
Just the same as the last one, Gavin.
30 seconds.
We've never seen Gavin this strong, nor technically on point with his squats. If he holds serve for his third, he should hit this.
He's had a taste of being a world record holder now.
Looked in the pocket. The crowd likes it. The jury, the judges. 2-1. 2-1. We all brace ourselves for a jury intervention. Gavin celebrating with the crowd.
I'm going to watch the jury. The jury do not seem to be interested.
Nobody's moving. And it looks like it's going to stand. And Gavin Aiden extends the world record once again. And the story on Gavin Aiden, if he goes 3 for 3 in squats, he's a problem. Could this be the day, Joe?
Well, it might well be. We've never seen him do this before. We've never seen him hit these numbers, and we've never seen him hit this consistency.
The problem is we've never seen Gustav hit 325, nor has Carlos, who's risen to 332.5, now has 337.5 on the bar, emerged like this. This is a 93 battle for the ages.
Relative newcomer to the international stage, he looks right at home.
Carlos said, the pie has already been baked. I'm here for my piece.
Only 5 kilos more than his second. And of course, it's the man who walks away with the record that takes the prize pot.
Strength.
Oh, not quite.
Gavin Aiden collects that money.
I think he didn't quite turn it around fast enough. He just lost a bit of power in the hole. That's a real.
But he's going to lose a little ground on the bench press. When you deadlift 800 pounds as a 93, that can erase a lot of mistakes, can't it, Joe?
Absolutely. And it's the power play as well, isn't it? Having a big deadlift. And especially if you're close to a record, you can pick exactly the number you need.
Yeah, he's going to lift last, so he'll determine his fate. He just wants to gain as many kilos as possible on the bench press.
And you can see how far that bar had to move there. Very long arms.
Yeah, he's got deadlift already.
But I think this is quite light for him to open on. I wonder if he's just trying to cement that squat world record, make sure he gets one in.
Yeah, he's hit 220 before, and speaking with his coaching, squats have been going great, deadlifts have been going great, bench has pretty much been where he's always been, and I think they're going to be cautious to your point.
They never all three go up together, do they?
Wow.
Well, unless you're Leah Pavlov.
Unless you're Leah Pavlov. Okay, yeah, that was...
just being super cautious. Good.
God, if that was a struggle, we'd be in trouble. That is no struggle. I'd be comfortable with a nice jump over there. Maybe, what do you think, 202.5?
I'd go higher. 205, 207.5. He's strong. He wants to push it out.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to lose too much ground in the bench press event. And again, if he's healthy upstairs, he's got a big bench press. Gustav Hedlund, 197.5. Gustav has hit 217.5, 20 kilos off that. And Gustav, a phenomenal squat session. Body like a Greek god. If Gustav goes 9 for 9, he's going to be very difficult to beat. And Team Sweden are precise with their attempt selection.
I was about to look to see who the bench press world record holder was, but of course it's Kaiko, isn't it?
And that was smooth. You know, I'll repeat Matt Gary. 3 things are guaranteed in life death, taxes, and Jonathan Kaiko's world record on the bench press. It's been so reliable a weapon for him.
He broke the record again in Malta, and it was so easy. It was such an easy lift. Well, he's been challenged here today. He's really going to have to pull all the stops out.
Yeah, the rest of the field are hitting PRs, and Kaiko left the squat event not hitting a PR. But a lot can happen to the bench press and the deadlift, and Kaiko is a fighter. That was nice.
Easy.
I think the reliable bench press world record on while he said he's been working very hard on his bench press. Did not expect to be contending with the others, but thought it wouldn't be as much of a drawback and a chink in his armor, and it looks like his hard work is paying off. Let's see, 10 kilos. 10 kilos up from his opener, 10 kilo personal best. And those are deadlift length arms. Wow.
No question that it disadvantages your bench, but he moved that weight very well for a 10 kilo PB.
Look, that hard work on the last Sheffield, he hit 215. Depending on how this moves, I'm expecting anywhere from 215 to 220 for his third.
He seemed a lot more contained at this competition. He's got his emotion on his sleeve, he's shouting at the crowd. He seems way more focused this time out.
Until he hit that world record, though.
Well, yeah. We'll allow him that.
Last year, podiumed, pacing for another podium finish. Okay, well, Joe,
Solid.
10 kilos or 15, what are you thinking?
I wouldn't put another 10 on that, I don't think. Would you go up 10 from there?
I think another 10 is probably in the pocket. What are you're thinking 10 or?
I was thinking maybe 7.5.
7.5, okay.
But I don't see as much of Gavin's training as I might, because I'm not on TikTok. I know he shares a lot on TikTok.
To be honest, he hasn't shared a lot of his bench press, though. A lot of his squat, but bench he kept to himself. 210 for Gustav Hedlund. Gustav, 217.5, his previous personal best. 12.5 kilo jump, and that's a big jump on bench press, but he had a big PR on squat. Strength levels are high. I asked Gustav how he's feeling coming into this. He said if there's any small nags, it's in the upper body bench press. So let's see how 210 moves.
So this match is the second attempt in Malta. He did 210 there. Now we can't hear the referee's calls, but was that too fast?
You beat the count.
Yeah. Now I think this is unusual for Kaiko. I think he usually chips the record on his third.
So I'm wondering, is he feeling a bit of pressure from the other 93s and he wants to cover some ground on bench?
Or if he's just feeling really good. He's definitely under pressure.
Yeah, it's very rare you could pull Jonathan Kaiko out of the pocket. He's usually so consistent. World record on his second attempt. Be interesting to see how this moves and where he goes on his third.
Well, maybe he's making up the ground from having missed a squat. He was definitely lower than he expected on squat.
Bench press it's a tough event to cover ground in, though.
It really is. But he's a great bencher.
And one of the greatest of all time. Yeah, he probably has a bit more room.
A couple more kilos in there, I think.
The streak continues for Jonathan Kaiko's bench world records. Improvement on that bench press. He has really showed up for Sheffield and leveled up
And his second was fast. It was moved really well considering the distance it had to travel.
Broke a squat world record. If people were looking past him leading at the Sheffield, they're not now. And he told everybody, I'm amongst the elite and I'm going to prove it come Sheffield. That is a long press command.
I think he was still sinking.
Oh my goodness, talk about a fight. Penna must be proud somewhere. He's smiling. This is insane.
Wow, I've never seen anyone fail so close to lockout. Just couldn't get his right arm straight.
Carlos has heart. You got to give him that. He came so close. My goodness. Look how deep the elbow depth is there. And Gavin Aiden, 212.5. Now, Joe, you had said 7.5 kilos.
7.5, yeah.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I know it's down on his best, but that's what his second looked like to me. I think this is a smart call.
Up in squat, down in bench. And I'm told the deadlift is going up. Let's see where he ends up. Pacing for a podium finish like he did last year. Nicely done.
Really light touch on the chest he has.
Hell.
So elbow depth from the middle and a yellow card from the side.
They should protest. You got one weight, you might as well have the conversation. It's worth the kilos.
He's talking to the TC,
Yeah,
but he needs to get over to the jury. There
He's
he
heading
goes.
over to the jury right now, yeah. Ray handling him.
Now, the jury don't have the replay to look back at that elbow depth, so hopefully they were paying attention the first time around.
215 for Gustav Hedlund. Opting to go up despite missing 210. 2.5 kilos below his personal best. And I told you coming in, if they thought there was any situation they need to be wary about, it's the upper body. Had a fantastic squat session. If he leaves bench press with 197.5, he's behind.
Now, was it Gustav that jumped the command?
It was a command jump, but the press looked good.
Yeah. I can understand why they've gone up then. Did he do it again?
Oh! I want to see if his butt stayed down. It did, 2-1. One of the refs might have he breathes a sigh of relief. He's,
I don't think we get the replay from the side view, so we won't see if his butt came up.
It looked like one of the refs might have called him in the butt raising. Yeah, you can't even see the hips. We'll take his word for it.
That didn't look to be too big the bride.
Then, of course, we have Carlos and Gavin still in the hunt. 245.5. Two kilos doesn't sound like a lot, but when you got a battle this close, it's plenty.
And it's a lot when you've just benched a world record too. I don't think we've ever seen him take 2 consecutive world records before. Could be wrong.
Well, Team Kaiko is under pressure, so they got to make this move. It's 2 kilos less left to deadlift. Wow, that was smooth.
Yeah, I think it didn't look any different, to be honest, to his second.
It might have even looked a little better than the second. And it pays off. Kaiko doing all he can. Gavin, I'm expecting to go way over that. He's hit 340 before. Hopefully he's just opening light. He took a fairly big jump in squat. I'm expecting him just to solidify this to protect his squat world record, and hopefully it's a big jump after that. I'm told his deadlift training has gone great for this prep.
Seconds.
Okay.
And he is pulling conventional.
He is. He's pulling conventional, and that was so fast. They took no risks with that opener and expecting a big jump. And they also want to... Jonathan Kaiko, 320 kilos. So put him at 865.5. And Jonathan are under heavy fire by Gustav Hedlund. And potentially Gavin Aiden, depending on how Gavin's round up. Gavin loading up 326 attempt. Of course, Carlos, a massive roller. Very interesting to see where he ends up.
Count said 347.5. So we should have him here.
And he'll rise in case he should have to. And I think today he's going to have to. That's a nice 5. This will put him at 67.5. And nudge him ahead of Kaiko. And again, Gustav, historically speaking, has a bigger deadlift than Kaiko. So if he takes the lead with the opener, it'll be difficult for Kaiko to catch up. Not impossible, but difficult. Oh my goodness.
That moved really well. This is 345.
7.5 at Worlds in his opener. He's already got a total PR. Where's Carlos going to end up? He's got 20 plus more kilos in the tank. He's going to have a handsome total. Oh my goodness.
He's put the 93s on notice.
Yeah, he deserves that pep he's got in his step. Carlos said he was coming. He's pulled 340. He's taking big jumps. If this moves like a second should, we can expect another 20 kilo jump from him and end up around 340, maybe a little more should he think he needs it. Looking at Gustav, he might. Yeah, that was easy. That was an opener.
Really easy. He's got so much left to respond with in his third.
He's got more than 20 kilos in the tank, and he's conserving to go all in. And would you expect anything less from Gavin Aiden? 50 kilo jump, 340 kilos. Previous personal best is 347.5, so you know the type of pressure he's under.
And this will put him just 2.5 kilos underneath the total world record with one pull to go.
And he's going to need it. He's thus far trailing Gustav, but not by much. If he hits and Gustav hits, he'll take the lead on Gustav and try to retain and hold. This is going to be dramatic. And Kaiko assumes the lead in the battle of the 93s.
And that was solid as well. He's definitely got a little bit more left to come back and fight at the end.
It's good game day handling, because now if Gustav hits the second attempt, Kaiko's behind, or Kaiko's ahead, sorry, and Gustav's behind.
He is a real candidate for the podium now, Gustav Hedlund.
Made easy work of that one, Joe. And Gustav previously has hit 345, so Kaiko actually has a bigger deadlift. Kaiko in the lead with a slightly bigger deadlift, historically speaking.
But is his deadlift still slightly bigger?
This is the thing, because
Gustav has looked amazing today.
Yeah, his squats jumped up so much. How much has his deadlift moved up? That's why it's so tight to call. 360 20-kilo jump for Carlos Pedersen Griffith.
His opener was super quick.
30 seconds.
What a day he's had. He may not have ended up with the squat world record, but he absolutely broke it. He gets his name in the history books there.
And just a stitch below 800 pounds on his second attempt, Carlos Pedersen Griffith, 3 white lights.
But we've spoken to it before, the temptation to chase the record and overreach.
This would also move him ahead of all the other 93s. It's forcing their hand, and should they load up and miss, Gavin wins the battle.
He's played a great game today.
35 seconds.
Oh, whoa!
He's done it.
Gavin Eden, 887 kilo total.
He has pulled himself ahead of the rest of the pack.
And Gavin takes the lead in the battle of the 93s.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gavin
He's enjoying his moment in the limelight. He deserves it.
Yeah, the refs asked his coach, come and get your lifter, and the coach is like, well, I think I'll let him out there a couple seconds. It's not that easy. Gavin will be a tough guy to bully off the stage. And Jonathan Kaiko, 347.5
for the win.
This will move him from third to first. Of course, it'll be temporary with some other lifters left to come. But this should be within reach for Kaiko.
Yeah, he's done this weight before. He's looked good.
This has been a well-played battle plan. It'll put him at 893 and really force Gustav's hand.
Currently only Delaney is past the world record total.
30 seconds.
Oh, he's locked it out.
Kaiko moves into it.
And that is why Jonathan Kaiko is Jonathan Kaiko. Yet again, faced against those odds.
That was clearly an emotional moment for him. As you say, he came back, he battled through.
Showing 65, that can't be. He'll be changing that, no? Yeah, I heard overhead there's going to be a change.
Yeah, 355.
That's right. 355 will move Gustav Hedlund from fourth to first overall.
Wow.
And give him an 895 total.
This would be a story.
This would be huge. Look at the look on his face. He looks confident. He's already smiling. This would be huge.
He's done 345 on the platform. Can he do 10 kilos more?
If he wins not only the battle of the 93s, but moves himself into first place. Oh, what a story that would be. Oh!
It was easy.
Revenge it is for Gustav Hedlund. He's waited all these years for this moment to finally emerge as the number 193, and here we are.
It's not quite over, but it's hard to see how he could be knocked off the top spot now.
Carlos Pedersen Griffith still left to pull, but wow.
Gustav quite rightly enjoying his moment.
He's in first place. Yeah, Jesus, it looks all right. I'm not ready to crown him, you're right, but Whoa!
Really isn't.
Gustav, Carlos. Who'd have thought?
25 seconds.
He's 15 kilos away from doing it. Can he pull it off?
Well, I think this knocks Keiko off the podium, if he does.
Just too much, but he loaded it up, and I respect the fact he was shooting for the podium.
He's had a great day.
Oh, he's had an excellent day. He made his point